Yes, hello, karibuni. Yeah, thank you for our show tonight. Yeah, I've decided to open a quick one. Hata kama mambo inakaa namna hiyo, we we still have to find the joy in the Lord. Yeah, so personally, I'm still mourning. So I just went to the church in the morning, and now I'm here for the afternoon. Yeah, so I'm still mourning. That's what I would say. Yeah, I got an opportunity to speak with the wife of our late brother, and ikabidi hata mimi mwenyewe nikuwe na nguvu. Kwa sasa kama inakuwa waliofiwa zaidi, they have more strength than us, inabidi hata sisi sasa tuanzie kupata nguvu. So let me see if I can be able to share an image for my brother. I think I had sent it to somebody. Let me see. Yeah, I had sent it to somebody. Nilikuwa nimetumia mtu jana, so actually hata namba ya mwenda zake it is still open. Yeah. So ukiandika message inafikia bibi yake, so that's how we are able to get him. So Kimahara, Rogers Kimahara, that's the guy. Rogers Kimahara Jumba from Vihiga. So in loving memory of Rogers Kimahara Jumba, born 26 July 1981 to 3rd July, no, not July, to 3rd June 2026. He was almost going to his 45th birthday, so 44 years. Yeah, 44 years, almost 50, 26, yeah. 26 and, yeah, 27, no, 26 and 8, 1. This is 19 plus 19 plus 26. Yeah, 44, up 44, 45. Who departed this life on 3 June 2026 after a short illness. Very short. So saa zingine sio lazima tugonjeke sana. It was very short. Kidogo. Rogers was a beloved husband to Emily Kajuju, as well. I've just spoken to Emily. So he was devoted father of Miras Jumba and Vanessa Mosimbi. So these are the two people who have, the two kids who have been left. 11 years and 6 years old. His life touched many people. In his memory will forever remain in the hearts of his family, relatives, friends, and all who knew him. Funeral and burial arrangements. So the burial will take place on Saturday, 20th June, 2026 at his home. Yeah. So that's our brother. That's our brother. Yeah, that's our brother. So yeah. So saini kuna mwingine hapa ananitumia ananiambia ameruhusu relatives sahi. Sorry for the loss. Yeah, so that's our man. Sorry for that. So you can imagine ameacha watoto wadogo sana sana. Watoto wadogo. There's no the right age to die, by the way. There's not the right age to die. So mimi hata ningeambiwa ati for this time around tungekuwa tunasema kifo ya rafiki wetu, I couldn't say. So ni sawa, we have just reached a level where by now we have to accept the will of God, but it has been heavy on us. Yeah, it has been heavy on us. So I'll be doing a tribute for him, I think, before 20th here. So wale ambao watataka kuja to support, you can come and support us. We will be doing a tribute for him here. Yeah, I think, yeah, in support of the kids who have been left. We want to come together. Sasa kama kuna mtu atasikia ameguzwa, ukitusaidia sio vibaya, because sasa you know once people have departed this life, sasa ni sisi ambao tuliobaki sasa tupange, sababu maisha yasimami. Vanessa has to still continue with her life, lazima asome na afanye mambo zingine. So, Miras lazima akue. Yes. Yeah, other than that I'm good na tunaendelea vizuri. So, yeah. So leo nataka ile siasa ambayo inapiga vichwa za habari ni siasa ya magharibi, na nitapeana pia formula yangu kulingana na vile naona the best thing which we should be done. And I somehow agree with people who have thought that way. I somehow agree with them that the opposition has not any other option other than having either a presidential candidate or a deputy candidate coming from Western, because now that one will put the two largest voting bloc in reflection to each other. So now that Ruto is having Kidiki on the other side, who will not bring anything, and we can understand that Murima is willing, and this is the reason why my thinking why we are not adding any value. Leo nataka sasa niwaelezee ile siasa Kongo kidogo. We are not adding any value in our matrix by saying that rais ama deputy atoke Mlima, because already hawa watu wa Mlima washaondokea Ruto. So we are not adding fuel to the inferno of injecting Ruto by actually saying that watu wa Mlima lazima wapewe kiti. Watu wa Mlima washaondoka. Watu wa Mlima washaondoka. So we have now to think of how to bring the others closer to us by actually to see how we can do the matrix. That is why the discussion of having somebody from Western being a presidential candidate or a deputy candidate makes a lot of sense. On that one, I agree. It makes a lot of sense. So wacha kwanza nicheze hiyo video hapa so that now we let's see. me just look for it from. I just saw it in NTV. So let me see if I can be able to. Wave of student unrest. Utaona kifo cha utata wa kifo cha mbunge George Captain siku ya Krismasi. Tanzia ya Captain. Three young men accused of being thieves burned alive after a Champions League final in Machakos. Oh, Jesus. Let me see the title because I just watched it now. I wanted to start with that one from Western. Kidogo. Let me check. It's here usually nikiona na simu. Otherwise karibuni kwa show, wale wanaingia taratibu polepole. Hii ni gani ndio upinzani wagawanyika. Ilikuwa KTN. Na nani anasemanga upinzani umegawanyika? Saa zingine unajua si rangi upinzani wagawanyika. I don't think upinzani umegawanyika. Wanajipanga tu. I think the title is a bit volatile to the thinking. Yeah, so I wanted to start with this one because this one is highly epic.
Navan, the #1 rated business travel platform, lets your team book work travel in one place. Flights, hotels, cars.
Aguturoza, KTN.
Naam, tuangazie siasa sasa katika eneo la magharibi ya nchi. Muungano wa upinzani unazidi kukumbwa na changamoto kuhusu nani atakayechaguliwa kubeba bendera ya muungano huo katika uchaguzi mkuu wa rais wa mwaka 2027. KTN imepata taarifa kutoka kwa wandani wa muungano huo kwamba upande wa magharibi mwa nchi umetengewa nafasi ya mgombea mwenza na kwamba viongozi eneo hilo watalazimika kukubaliana na jina moja liwe liwalo. Na sasa kama anavyoarifu mwanahabari wetu Haman Kamarike, tayari majina matatu yametajwa kuwania nafasi hiyo ya pili katika muungano huo.
Kwa hivyo watu wa hapa Kimilili mnasemaje? Huku siasa za Kenya zikizidi kushika kasi kuelekea uchaguzi mkuu ujao, upande wa upinzani unaendelea kufanya kila juhudi kuhakikisha kuwa Rais William Ruto hatapata muhula mwingine wa uongozi. Kulingana na taarifa za ndani, kamati inayoshughulikia mchakato wa kumtafuta kinara wa muungano huo imekubaliana kuwa eneo la magharibi mwa Kenya litapewa nafasi ya mgombea mwenza, huku juhudi zikiendelea za kumpata atakayebeba tiketi ya urais. Taarifa hizo zinaeleza kuwa tayari watu watatu wametambuliwa katika nafasi hiyo. Wao ni seneta wa Nairobi Edwin Watenya Sifuna, gavana wa Trans Nzoia George Natembeya na aliyekuwa waziri wa ulinzi Eugene Wamalwa.
If the feeling within the opposition is that Western is very critical, then the thinking should not even be that they're going to give them the running mate, that they're preserving the running mate slot for Western. It would be rather obvious that then they should be the ones to field the presidential candidate.
Hata hivyo, swali ni kwa nini magharibi ipewe nafasi hiyo ya pili?
The Mount Kenya region, including what we have traditionally called Central Province, command 32% of the vote. Western has 18% of the vote. If you put those two together, you already have 50%. What is left is to look for one vote. Move on. That is if indeed the opposition is genuine and it is convinced and it's persuaded in its regular refrain of Ruto must go, of one term. And since I've said Sifuna and I've said youth, then allow me to say give him Ndindi Nyoro as his running mate. It will be a very exciting ticket. And now I want to modify my earlier sentiment. I said that by 10 o'clock, Ruto will be in Sugoi. No, by 8 o'clock, Ruto will be in Sugoi.
Kinachosalia sasa ni kuona iwapo Waziri Mkuu Musalia Mudavadi na Spika wa Bunge la Taifa Moses Masika Wetangula wataendelea kubaki katika kambi ya Rais William Ruto kuelekea uchaguzi ujao.
Abaluya do not follow their leaders. The leaders follow them. And when any leader refuses to follow them, he becomes irrelevant. That is why Weta is signaling his departure. And it should not surprise me that Mudavadi might find a formula of also departing. Otherwise, as things stand, they have nothing to deliver to Ruto.
Haman Kamariki, KTN.
Naam, kimataifa ni kwamba hali ya tahadhari imetanda katika ukanda wa...
Are you a low-skilled worker looking...
Now, that one is very a special report at the, I'm forgetting the name of that daktari. He is claiming Sifuna apewe Ndindi Nyoro hapo. But anyway, in the whole matrix, he was arguing that Mlima 32% na Magharibi 18%. So already that is 50. I hope Mount Kenya and Western know how powerful they are. But unajua, of course, because hamwezi pata kila kitu, out of 32%, Mlima Kenya, that one I know, if we can get 27 hapo. Out of 32, we can get 27. Yeah, Western, if now the Western vote will depend with how we play with that matrix. All the other people, I don't think we need to entice Mlima Kenya with anything, with a seat or with anything. So for me, if I was asked, watu wa Mlima washakubali, how watu wengine ndio bado we don't know, and Ruto might want to use the disagreement there to actually split those people. To some extent, I agree. It has arrived because I think watu wa Western, they have ever produced deputy presidents in Kenya. So I'm a vice president in Kenya. So this is not their first attempt to reach there. I think a presidential candidate would also be something which they should also think about. And it looks like there are some people in a certain school of thought who feel young people should actually take the mantle. So sijui sasa hii itaacha akina Kalonzo wapi sasa, because I can see sasa akina Kalonzo, they also on that verge. They also want power. But sasa, there is now that school of thought, yeah, wakati wa musisimuko umefika. Give Sifuna Ndindi Nyoro, like you handed the way Barack said it very quickly, that give Sifuna Ndindi Nyoro ati na hii mambo tumalize by saa 2. So I don't know if, like for example, if we give Kalonzo Sifuna, if is that the, so, and that's something which I also want us to start talking here. Are we seeing the crash of the old versus the young within the political matrix, such that now is 2027, when we are getting Ruto, the right time for the young people now to take over? Ni swali tu nauliza, is this the right time for young people to take over, ama wangoje tumalizane na this old crop alafu sasa vijana wakuja wachukulia later on? Ni swali nauliza. Is this the right time, the young people now, to be projected as people to take power, or wangoje kidogo? Ni swali tu. So that is something we need to talk about. It's serious. So wacha nitafute Kalonzo nione kama tutampata. I saw from the many things which have been looking around, ni kama kuna kakitu alitulaunchia hapa, tumurushie kitu. So let me see if mnajuanga vizuri sana mimi siwezi cheza Ruto. Huyo siwezi cheza kabisa. So naona video zake but no hasha. Then pia nitawachezea video za watu wengine wajinga kutoka Ukikuyu. Usikie vile wanaongea. Or maybe tumalizane na Western. Hebu tusikie ya huyu swara mwingine vile anasema. Ya karibuni wale mnatusikiliza chini ya tent. Karibuni kwa show. So let me put where is this?
All these different products using Veo, Nano Banana, no API keys to connect. All the models are built right into it. You don't need to start with professional photos.
Kenya Kwanza leaders have lauded President William Ruto's administration for driving national development and safeguarding public health. At the same time, National Assembly Speaker Moses Wetangula has signaled his political ambitions, saying after supporting President Ruto in 2027, Western Kenya should position itself to contest for the presidency in 2032. Elvis Kosgei with more details.
Speaking during the 43rd anniversary and Thanksgiving service of the SCK Diocese of Eldoret, the Kenya Kwanza leaders condemned the rising cases of student unrest, school strikes, and destruction of school property across the country. They urge students to embrace discipline, tolerance, and peaceful coexistence.
Kantin ambaye inawekwa kwa compound ya shule, mimi kwangu nataka kusema iondolewe kwa sababu ndio wenye kuuza viberiti, kuuzia watoto, kuchoma shule. Kama wasichana wameanza kuwa wenye kuchoma wasichana wengine, wamechoma watoto pale, na nilipouliza tukapata ni wasichana wamechoma wasichana.
Bishop aombe peers wa education, kwa sababu ile utterance alitoa juzi kwamba wewe una negotiate mambo ya education, mambo ya exam na mwanafunzi ijaifanyika Kenya. He is the only peers. Anasema kaa chini na mwanafunzi mwambie, are you ready to exam ama tusongeshe?
On public health matters, they commended the government efforts to strengthen the country's preparedness against Ebola outbreaks.
Napongeza Rais Uhuru Kenyatta, wakati ule aliweka sahihi kujengwa kwa quarantine kuzuia magonjwa. It was 2015. Wale leo wanapinga, hawaelewi wanapinga nini.
President Uhuru Kenyatta alisign agreement. Hiyo ni preparedness ambayo in case tuwe na maafa inakuja, tunakuwa na mahali watu wetu wagonjwa napelekwa. Lakini wachochezi wamekimbia kusema rais ameleta Ebola Kenya.
Elsewhere in Western, National Assembly Speaker Moses Wetangula hosted thousands of youth at his rural home, where he explained his 2032 ambitions, backed by legislators who accompanied him.
Na hiyo safari sitaenda peke yangu. Kwanza lazima nisimame na watu yangu, msimame na mimi. Jambo ya pili, lazima tufanye urafiki. Sisi kama wabunge kutoka magharibi tumeamua kwamba Weta ndio ng'ombe tunapeleka mbele 2032.
As the youth to take advantage of the government's waiver of the ID replacement and first-time registration fees. Elvis Kosgei, KTN.
Hello, my name is Adam Ferrari, the Chief Executive Officer of Phoenix Energy. I look forward to you joining.
Ai, kama ni 2032 hiyo ni distraction, hata sitasikiliza tena. Yeah, so I think Wetangula ameambiwa na Ruto, wewe enda uanzie kuambia watu ni 2032. Enda uambie Waluya wewe ndiye nakuachia 2032. Remember pia Kindiki the other side anasema mimi ndiye naachua 2032. So it's a way of trying to lock people. Wewe enda uambie watu huko Mount Kenya, wewe ndio tunakuachia. So any person who is trying to do siasa ya 2032, that's a Ruto puppet. You cannot. Sikuwa nimesikiliza it was that way, but so hiyo hata siwezi sikiliza. Sorry. So wacha tusikilize story ya Kalonzo akilaunch. So let's listen to Kalonzo launching his campaign yesterday, and we hear the big question is, karibu sana Joseph, na namba yako haingii, nimejaribu kukupigia sana. The bigger question is, can any of the leaders, veterans or young, get us out of this destructive influence of the wazungu? So Joseph, mimi ile swali nimeuliza ni hii: has the time for the young people to take over arrived, or we need old people to get us to 2027, then 2032 or 2037 we can think otherwise? Swali tu. Tuendelee. So let's listen in. So na wale wanataka kuingia kwa studio, you can also ingia kwa studio. But sababu kuna wale wako na muka sana wanasema it is time for people like akina Sifuna and Ndindi Nyoro. Ni sahi 2027 ama ni 2032 ama ni 2037? I want somebody to give me a time frame. Na hawa akina Kalonzo, Gachagua, Matiang'i, are they too late? Wakati wao umepita? Because from the way, there are some people in the school of those who feel the group of akina Sifuna is actually inatosha wapewe urais, na hii group ingine tu wa support. I want to hear how you reason with that school of thought. So let's hear what Kalonzo had to say yesterday.
Kalonzo Musyoka is tonight launching his 2027 presidential campaign platform dubbed Komba Kenya, where he will be interacting with his supporters. The event is underway at Emara Ole Sereni, where our reporter David Muthoka now joins us live with the latest. Muthoka, good evening. The Wiper leader has been asking members of the opposition, including the supporters of the late Raila Odinga, to support his presidential campaign. What's the latest from where you are tonight?
Well, it is 15 months to the next general election, and as teams prepare to rival President William Ruto, we have just seen tonight the Wiper Patriotic Front leader, that is Kalonzo Musyoka, formally and officially unveil his presidential bid. And I'm right now joined by him. Thank you so much, sir, for joining NTV.
Thank you.
Just tell us, some will say this is too early, some will say this might be too late, but today we saw you officially throw your hat in the ring. Why for Kenya?
I think I must make a small correction. We unveiled the presidential digital platform, and the intention is to be able to interact with all Kenyans. But we threw in the towel. We threw in the towel, if you like, in October 10th last year. Yeah, when I was given officially the nomination by my party to vie for the presidency. So this is a continuum. This, as I said, will be unveiling the real arsenal as we move into the future. We are yet to launch our campaign. And yet we know that the current president has always been on a campaign platform himself. It's literally everything he does is like campaigning. But we are doing it systematically. What we have unveiled today is a digital platform where Kenyans will be able to interact with the candidate and to give them this space, because we are a very innovative nation. So it is a one-stop kind of platform. And that's why I actually was able to thank these Kenyans who have been able to, our software developers and others, for doing a fantastic job.
In that software, in that website, we have seen a 13-point agenda. But this function comes against the backdrop of the Ebola demonstrations. It also comes against the backdrop of the Matatu strike. Where do you think Kenya is? Can we put up another 15 months? Yes, we have the elections in August next year, but can we put up with more than the 15 months that we have as we head to the ballot day on the 2nd August, the second Tuesday of August 2027?
I suppose I've always said that Kenyans are wonderful. We should keep hope alive. because we must follow the Constitution. But sometimes even following the Constitution becomes very difficult. When I talked about the oppressors against those who are oppressed, and actually quoted from the book of Ecclesiastes. And that is actually where we are, at a crossroads. And although we're at a crossroads, we must not allow ourselves to go over the cliff. There is hope at the end of this tunnel. Now, you talk about Ebola confusion, because it is a confusion. On the one hand, we have American friends saying it is Kenya who requested for this facility. On the other hand, you hear William Ruto saying it is President Donald Trump who called him and asked for these things. This confusion. The truth of the matter is Kenyans are very unhappy about this, and they wonder, why import Ebola? I mean, of all the things to import, it's not Ebola. And on the other hand, the unrest in our schools, children suffering mental breakdown, and we are saying that it's about time. It's really about time to rescue the country. You talk about rescuing Kenya now. And so 15 months is not very far. Let us begin the rescue effort right now. From our schools, from wherever we are, in our churches, because the church was similarly misinformed, and they made terrible decisions, a lot of them. Of course, now the church in Kenya is taking a bold step. If you listen to Anglican Church, for example, after they are bombed in Othaya, right? An administration that is even throwing tear gas inside praying congregations. So the church is coming out. Olesepit and others coming out strongly. I think the spiritual fathers will also now have to come more solidly. So we must guide our thoughts and systematically. You understand? When know the church in Kenya is taking a bold step. If you listen to Anglican Church, for example, after they are bombed in Othaya, right? An administration that is even throwing tear gas inside praying congregations. So the church is coming out. Olesepit and others coming out strongly. I think the spiritual fathers will also now have to come more solidly. So we must guide our thoughts and systematically, of course, allowing everything, sometimes leaving room for God himself to direct the rest of the journey. But we are into this thing to win. I've just said it will not be possible to steal the next election.
Lastly, what do you tell Kenyans? The mass registration exercise is over, but still Kenyans...
Yeah, I don't know why story ya kuiba kura, they just say it as one statement, wanapita hapo haraka. Kalonzo Musyoka is saying it will not be possible to steal this election. Na anapita hapo haraka. And I don't know why the journalists just passed over that point. And that's a very critical point.
Thoughts. And systematically, of course, allowing everything, sometimes leaving room for God himself to direct the rest of the journey. But we are into this thing to win. I've just said it will not be possible to steal the next election.
Lastly, what do you tell Kenyans? The mass registration exercise is over, but still Kenyans can register as voters. There have been the Nego Kadi campaigns and all this. We have seen the kind of support they have made today and the turning up of the three Ukambani governors of not just that, but a lot of people who feel Kenya deserves better. What do you tell them, especially those who are yet to make up their minds?
That they should continue with the exercise. The Electoral Commission says there'll be yet the final phase of mass voter registration. So we want to really get the young Kenyans, because we want this country. As I said, we rescue the country and hand it over to them in the next few years, because they will have come of age. So, and some of them, when I pointed out Faith Odhiambo, for example.
Kalonzo has said a point there. Anasema, we want to take over the leadership and we hand over to the young people. So, incidentally there, he is like saying they are like transitional leaders. So, though he is not giving the timeline, 5 years, 10 years, how much time? By that time, pia kina Sifuna watakuwa wameanzia kukua wazee as well. The time clock is not stopping. So, so is Kalonzo Musyoka insinuating anataka kukua rais kwa miaka 5, alafu hapo pengine wawachiwe wenzake. Anyway, I don't know the age of Kalonzo Musyoka now, but I think he is he will be at the age of Kibaki when Kibaki is becoming the president. Yeah, because Kibaki, who has been born either 1933 or 1936, he becomes the president in 2002. So I think 33. I think Kibaki is born 33. Let me see the birth date of Kibaki here. Birthday of Kibaki. Okay. Yeah, Kibaki is born 1931. So 1931, 2002, that is 71 years or so. So Kibaki becomes president at around 71 years. Okay. Not a bad age. So by the time anamaliza hiyo miaka 10 alikuwa ameishiwa kabisa. I think pia president kuna vile anamalizanga watu. So Kalonzo amesema wanataka kuchukua wapitishe kwa kizazi hicho kingine. But he did not say the time. You can listen to that point.
So we want to really get the young Kenyans, because we want this country. As I said, we rescue the country and hand it over to them in the next few years, because they will have come of age. So, and some of them, when I pointed out Faith Odhiambo, for example, because she was immediate former president of the Law Society of Kenya, and I know the work she did alongside other human rights activists to make sure that young Kenyans are not charged with terrorism. Remember, some of them were even taken to these anti-terrorism courts near Kabete, and I had to go there, and the president, along with the Law Society of Kenya, stood very firmly to say, we need justice, but we must, most importantly, uphold constitutionalism. We want to do away with men and women, leaders who give the Constitution lip service. Their time is up. Their time is up. And this country is so important in the region. You heard me talk about even our role within the African continent. So we have to reclaim our dignity. And of course, including rescuing our pay slips and making sure that we get these countries' governance right.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. And wish you the very best in your journey.
Thank you.
Indeed, that has been Dr. Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka speaking to us.
Daktari Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka. Yeah, Ellen Watroy. Niko na rafiki mwingine wangu anaitwa pia Helen Pahari. Helen Watroy. Yeah, I'm seeing this name. Helens are very... all the Helens I have, they are very punchy. Lazima wakusukume, lazima wasukume. Hakuna, no way. Yeah, I would have actually to look at the meaning of the word Helen. Maybe, let me see here. Meaning of Helen, maybe naweza kuwa nasumbuana na okay, Helen meaning. Nasumbuana na Helen na kumbe hata jina linasema hivyo Helen. Helens of Greek meaning. And origin. It's a Greek name. The perfect blend of discrimination, brilliance with a medical essence. Shining light or a torch. Okay. Gender girl. So shining light or a torch. So Helen is a shining light or a torch. Okay. Kumbe kuna uwezekano hawa ndio wanakuanga wameona mbele. So Helen unasema nini? Kalonzo cannot give Kenya a total reset. And Helen is not a must we get. Okay. Can we not get a reset? You want a total reset, but can we hope for a reset? So from what I'm hearing Kalonzo explaining, he wants to be an interface president. That president who will be there to calm down, to bring things to normalcy, alafu sasa wapitishe kwa kizazi kijacho. So do you think ni kama kwa barabara, do you think like we need a loop kabla tuingie kwa main highway? I know Helen, you know this kabla uingie kwa main highway saa zingine tunakuanga na exit kuna ama entry vile unaingia, unajua vile unatoka, so from one place to the other one, the link road. So you are moving from highway 1 to highway 2 entry point. So Kalonzo Musyoka anasema sisi ndio entry point, so kutoka kwa kina Ruto tuende like you know the way the interstate is built. Kama unataka kuingia kwa interstate uko na hiyo loop, tunazitanga loop roads. Let me show you. You know, Anne amesema, Anne amesema, Anne sema. So is Anne here? Oh, Anne ameingia. Njiro, Acacia. Oh, even Acacia is here. Oh, hi, Acacia. These days we are pretending unioni. Ni sawa tu. So wacha niwaoneshe vile Kalonzo anasema yeye. So Kalonzo anasema yeye ni hii. So Kalonzo is saying yeye ni hii. Sisi ni link ya. So Kalonzo is this. This is what I was explaining. To get you from one place to another one. This is what to change. Like when you want to change directions. Yeah, in a road. So Kalonzo anasema yeye ni hii. Kalonzo is a link. These are what we call links. Wao ni link ya kutoka kwa Ruto mpaka kizazi kingine. So akina Sifuna wangojee, wao sasa ndio watawapea. Wao ni hii. So na Anne, that is my big question today. Unajua saa zingine Anne unakuwa blood kidogo. Unaniona niko peke yangu hapa, so saa zingine naweza shindwa na kufocus na comment sana. Pia unaona pia mimi ni mweusi na nimevaa nguo nyeusi, so kila kitu ni nyeusi na pia hata uso ni mweusi, so naweza kuwa I'm getting a lot of reflection. Karibu nikuwe na ile weusi ya Southern Sudanese Yeah, so Madam Empath Huski Huruma Gachagua was chased from government. You should feel his pain. Anyway, we pia nitawekea speech ya Gachagua. So, and I was asking a question, maybe, and I want you people to help me understand. Kalonzo is saying that first of all, nimecheza Barak Muluk. Barak Muluk was saying, the easiest way to remove Ruto is in his thinking, and the way Western is becoming a vote-rich basket, Mount Kenya 32%, Western 18% is said votes. That is 50 already. So anasema, we only need to look for 1%, those two groups when they're combined. So he is arguing, Pea Sifuna Ndindi Nyoro. That's what he said. Pea Sifuna Ndindi Nyoro. Na hiyo story tumaliza. So then I was saying that the thinking of that is that now we face off the old guard, Kalonzo, Gachagua, all those people, we face them off, and now we tell them, you people, you have to support Sifuna and Ndindi Nyoro. Then there is another school of thought ya kina Kalonzo Musyoka. Sisi tunataka tu tushikilie kidogo, tuwatoe kwa meno ya mamba, alafu tumewatoa kwa meno ya mamba, then when things are safe, tuwape serikali mupeleke mbele. So Kalonzo is like, without saying, he is talking of a transitional government. Tunataka tuchukue serikali, alafu tupe vijana. So sasa swali yangu ndio nilikuwa nikiuliza, which is the best model? Is it ya wazee wachukue wapitishie vijana, ama vijana one touch waendelee, tuseme hata vijana wamefikisha? In any case, hata akina Sifuna sio vijana, they are in their 40s. Once you are in your 40s, wewe sio kijana. Ni vile sasa in politics unakuanga kijana forever. In politics unakuanga kijana forever. Hata mzee wangu DJT ni kijana. So in politics, that is where 35 years does not work. So in politics, 60 years, when ni kijana barubaru. So when ni toddler in politics. Akeshi when ni toddler in politics. Ujamaliza kunyonya in politics. So let me see some of the. Is Kalonzo ready for a 6-month duel with Ruto and the state machinery? You have to decompose that more. You have to decompose that more. Uniambie kwa I want you to pair your kitu nyama. Karige, welcome. Correct. Is Kalonzo ready for a grueling bout? Yeah. Joseph kazi yake tu ni hep hep. Joseph kazi yake inakuanga kukubaliana na kila mtu. Joseph, wewe lazima kuna pali yuko. You can't be agreeing with everybody. Wewe Joseph, you can't be agreeing with everybody. Naona Mukereketo ameingia. Bwana Stone PK, how are you?
I'm good, Mr. Njiru.
Yeah, are you in a place where you can talk na kuona huko kwa gurudumu kubwa?
Tunaweza ongea Njiru, no problem.
Unajua hatuwezi taka kurisk maisha yako. We just lost a very close friend of mine this week. Sasa ndio tunaomboleza, so yeah, that's why we want people to be safe. Saa zingine unaanzia kusema huyu mtu nitaongea naye sometime back, then unakuja unaambua so and so ametuacha. It becomes sorry. Question for you. Sorry.
Before question, Njiru, pole, niliambiwa na one of our friends akaniambia, your friend has lost a very close relative. Sasa yeye alikuwa ananiambia relative, which of course is true. That I had to replay one of your, I think your show ulifanya nini, then I got to know it's your very, very close
friend, yeah.
I would say it's a brother, somebody mmesoma, mmegrow, mnafanya kila kitu. It was so touching when you talked of how he took care of your family when you are away and could not go. I mean, that tells you how he was there for you, you are there for him. So you guys were more than brothers, I agree, and I can imagine how it feels. I felt that when I lost also a very close guy. We went our life together, school, what maneno yote, you can name it. He's from Asembo, he's a Luo. That's why you see me so close to Luo people and Luo land. Because whenever I see a Luo person, I feel like I'm having him reincarnated. That's what I see in every man I meet. Nafikirianga ni OT. We used to call him OT. And it is funny. That's the feeling I get. Kwa nikipata mjaka yoyote.
Where is there a feel here? Stone, I need Eddie to come here. Yes. I feel here. You feel that?
Yeah, I've not told. I've not told people this, but people don't know my link with. It is unbelievable. He was a brother that was never my mom, my mother's, or my father's, but we did everything. We were kwao kwetu. And when I was doing my social anthropology research, I remained in kunaitwaje Akala, their village, for like 6 months. You can imagine. So when I listened to your clip, I felt exactly the same. When I lost Agri also, I was not near, but I managed to go for his funeral.
Yeah, unaona Stone PK maybe to unajua saa zingine watu wasemangi hizi vitu. So you know Stone PK when we are in the university kuna sijui kama wakati wenyu mlikuwa mnasema degree ni Harambee.
Of course. Hiyo nini ilikuwa inasupportiwa na hizi tutorial college. Sisi tulikuwa tunaziinterpret, tuna extend mbali sana. Tunafanya mambo yetu.
So, you can imagine when we are in the university, me and Rogers, kama yani ulikuwa unakuta like unaona like kama sijafanya homework, unasikia Rogers akisema Rogers ananiuliza bwana umefanya homework, namwambia bado sijafanya. Ananiambia kama hujafanya basi inaonekana time ni mingi.
He feels safe.
Yani those kind of people, you can feel a lot of confidence kama hujafanya kitu. Unasikia saa zingine like exam ni za 3 weeks to come. Unasikia akiniambia bwana hiyo course ya meaning hiyo meaning used to teach us a very hard course. Hiyo course ya meaning bwana umefikishwa namwambia bado lakini nitaanza. So hujaanza hata wewe sawa basi.
Bado tuko na time.
Then you see because Western was closer to them, you see it. Western was closer to them, so every time Rogers could go to Western hapo Vihiga anatuletea mahindi bwana, anatuletea mahindi gunia mzima. That guy he extremely supported us and we have felt we feel sana sasa ni pia sasa sisi sasa tuoneshe sasa huo upendo sasa.
It's true. All sana, may his soul rest in peace,
Yeah, so that is what
I can imagine.
And imagine it was a very it was a ile sickness ya emergency. Jamaa kuwa mgonjwa.
You said it's BP is funny, inakuwa triggered. It's very funny. It's the silent killer and inakuwa triggered by kitu kidogo sana.
I've talked with his wife today and actually he was hospitalized on 27th. That's when he was hospitalized with na hiyo BP na hiyo pressure imeenda juu kabisa, pressure imeenda. And imagine that was the first day of it. Yani nikashindwa kwani saa zingine hii kitu inakuja yani iko imekuja kulipua.
Inakuaga triggered na kitu fulani, you know like now in Kenya unaweza anza ka condition fulani, but because you don't do medical monitoring kama vile huku Kenya mpaka usikie uchungu ndio uende hosi, you understand? So things are not captured quickly. You could even get an infection, blood infection in a trigger kabisa. Kabisa. In a trigger hiyo BP. I'm not a doctor but I know, unakuta tu imetrigger hiyo na imepanda na kushukisha inakuanga it's a struggle.
Yeah, because now like when he has just gotten hospitalized, by the time they are bringing it down, sasa hapo ndio tulimpoteza. It couldn't come down. I didn't know, I couldn't know that saa zingine hiyo kitu inakataa.
Inakataa. Me I know inakataa. Inakataa.
So hii maneno ya BP tusidharau sana we have to
hiyo ni deadly. Hata kama mtu on pills you don't miss. Ati nimemiss asubuhi nitakunywa jioni sijui. Hapana bwana. Hiyo ni kama umeambiwa na daktari unakunywa asubuhi, kunywa hiyo asubuhi bwana. Uiweke mahali umeweka wallet. Weke hizo bili wali umeweka wallet. Tujue wallet mimi wana watu kusahau ni ngumu. Ukitoka kabla ufike kwa gari ushashika mfuko ya nyuma. Unarudia wallet. So that's what you do. Oh.
Yeah. So it's a high blood pressure. Yeah, so I think we should also take care of it's also a learning lesson because unaona sasa kama mimi sikuwa nikifikiria hiyo ugonjwa ni deadly hivyo. Me I always hear nikisikia so and so ako na BP, so and so ako na BP. Tukienda kwa hospitali, that is the first thing they want to do to you. So unaona hapo matry siku hizi wanazita try jama ni nini hapo mkiingia kwa hospitali. The first thing they want to do kuchukua pressure yako. Ani nilikuwa najiuliza why are they wasting our time?
Inaitangwa vitals. They are very important. Vitals, blood pressure, oxygen level, because that is what now reports what the body is doing, what is going on in it. Sasa ndio daktari ajue ataanzia wapi. Stabilize that because you can't do anything when BP is high. It's hard. Unajua hata uwezi enda kwa dentist kama BP iko high. You can't. Uwezi.
Yeah. So I did know like maybe it's good also to start now getting this information. If it's getting this information from an experience of somebody ambaye ameaga. I did know like that thing is that extremely dangerous. Like because like for that brother of ours, what happened? Maybe to give you a small story is that it also to some extent it also triggered a cardiac arrest.
Yeah, that's it. That resorting into that.
Yeah.
You know, the organs collapse. Organs collapse. You can have kidneys collapsing. You know, the organs are the ones that are affected. They are attacked by high BP. Unapata stroke. Because unajua nyinyi ma-engineer hamjui biology, so
we are also now learning. We know the body, bana. We operate with human beings as well.
I know. Yeah, I'm just on the
so we have to learn. So even as you deal with the mawe na machuma, at the end of the day, hadi yana ametupea namba hapo. And I don't know actually what even before this story, sijui kuna kitu I don't know. Do you know that maybe story pekee wacha nikuonesha kitu. I don't know like you know nimenunua hii saa ya kukimbia 2 weeks ago. I don't know what triggered me. Hii saa inapima hii iWatch. Nimeinunua like 2 weeks ago.
That's a very good one. Mzuri.
Yeah, sijui like if it was just like something which was triggering me ama ni nini, ama it was some inward communication trying to tell me, because I don't, hata nikienda Amazon kununua hii kitu sijui ni nini ilikuwa inanitrigger enda ununue hii kitu. So na zingine they can be like a deeper communication which are just coming inside you. Anyway, so that's what is happening. So Stony PK, other than that, we are trying to recover slowly. It's not easy, but hiyo kitu bana imeniweka chini siku 3 bana. Kama jana nimejaribu kutoka hapa nikashindwa kabisa.
Oh, nasema nini, those of us who have gone through similar things, it's not easy. It's not easy. It's tough.
Yeah, Akeshi anasema anaendanga City Park. Oh wow. So kwa hivyo tukipitia hapo City Park tutakukuta. Akeshi anajaribu kutupea locus yake.
Basi mwambie tutamlocate mbaya mbovu na asijifiche. Unajua wengine wanajificha sana.
Hebu tuambie unaendanga City Park masaa gani? Monday, Friday, Tuesday, Saturday? Hata usitakae na.
Kwa hivyo anaendanga, muulize anakuanga Bowling Green ama anaendanga wapi and which corner?
Sawa. Kesho umesikia inaitwa public demand. Kuna watu wanataka kwenda City Park na wewe.
Bowling Green. Najua ni Bowling Green tu hapo. Hizo hideout no hideout mwecheche hizo.
So sijui kama so ama wewe Stony PK wewe ni mtu wa Arboretum. Pia unajua pia Arboretum there is also another place. inaboleta moto.
Ndio hiyo, kwani City Park unaongea wapi? Unaongea Boreta, unaongea ni the same. You are talking about the same thing. All in green. Zinaitwa zinashare ngoni. Hizo ni ngoni noma sana.
Here in America ni zenyewe zinaitwa woods
hizo woods. Ukisema ingia huko hata
yeah, in the woods. Man, I come from the hood. Those guys who do not stay in the city, wale ambao wako na huko in the villages Stone Pickens tuambie watu hapa Marekani kuna ma villages zingine noma sana. Inakaa ocha yenyewe. Mwambie hapa Marekani pia kuna maocha.
Kuna maocha zile za maocha kabisa. Kwanza walipo realize vile walimesma city, sasa they are taking care of maocha mbaya mbo.
Yeah, kuna maocha. Like there is a place I visited some time back bana. Nimekuta bana wameanzia hata kuweka macontainer hapo, macontainers sijui nini. They are making them into livable areas. Yeah. Good.
Yes, you wanted to ask me something.
Question now, you are leader Kalonzo Musyoka. Unajua hapa kila mtu akona kiongozi wake, ni kama vile Budi akona Gachagua. Hypothetically. Okay.
When you allocate. Okay.
Yeah, so
nani
Budi akona Gachagua, wewe you are more inclined. Tutasema uko na you are more inclined to Kalonzo Musyoka because every time ukisikia Kalonzo ako na afya, hata wewe naonanga unaanzia kukua yellow.
How do you know that? How?
I don't know. Mimi nikitaka kujua afya yako naangalianga Kalonzo. Nikiona Kalonzo anakaa vizuri, najua hata Stone PK anakaa sawa. Naye Julia na Matiangi wake. Matiangi akipeana speech mzuri. Look at Julia. So, Stone PK, are you there? Yeah,
I'm there. So, I'm there.
Kalonzo amesema hivi. Kalonzo amesema sisi tunataka tuchukue serikali tupe vijana. We want to rescue Kenyans from Ruto. Then tuchukue serikali, we stabilize things na tupe vijana. Hiyo ndio model ya Kalonzo. Then there is another model. Helen Troy anasema tuweni wa Matiangi. Niache kukuwekelea. Sawa, nimeacha kumweka. Ata confirm. So Stone PK will tell us where the wind is blowing. Then naye Barak Muluk amesema a time for the young generation has arrived. And we need to connect Mount Kenya with Western. Where Western itupe presidential candidate in the name of Sifuna. Na tuchukue Ndindi Nyoro. Na akasema hiyo combination ya Sifuna na Ndindi Nyoro by 8 AM Ruto wako Sugoi. Discuss.
Okay. One, let me say I don't mind being associated with Kalonzo Musyoka because he's a good human being. He's a possible leader. He's a man of integrity. So I can't deny that. And for me, I associate with such people, and of course, people know my team: Matiangi, Kalonzo, Martha Karua, Sifuna. All those guys who are very good, those are the people I associate with. And I keep on saying a million times that any of those, asubuhi ule watasemekana, out of those, we shall have war. It will be a win-win situation. The only beef I have, of course, and I know people really don't pendangi kusikia hiyo, which I don't mind, is I don't see a leader in Gachagua. I might be forced to be with him by default, but not by my will. Unaona? Because he has every fault, every dhambi that we are seeing in Ruto. The only thing is that we are trying to downplay that. Wacha nisidwell na hiyo. Let me come to your question. Muluka analysis is, according to me, yes, it's true. But why is pairing Ndindi Nyoro with Sifuna? It's because of the so-called tribal numbers, And for me, anything that is built on that, And I wish the day we will get quickly out of that. And that's why I've always said, Kibaki, unfortunately, sickness ya Kibaki ilifanya vibaya, because that is where we were supposed to get out of that, whereby we shall not be talking, oh, Stone PK anatoka mlima, kwa hivyo wako na numbers za mlima. We were doing so well that we were about to get out of that and move into, is this guy, is this idea guy's value? Can we follow that? And, you know, we were dying for that, and it was coming. Unfortunately, it was sabotaged by the Mabwenyenyes and the very people that are continuously killing this country. Now, the people killing this country are these Mabwenyenyes who have insisted that politics is about, yes, politics is numbers, votes, yes. But why do you peg it to tribal? You know, so when shall we ever come out of that? And it's the poison that is killing us today. It is the reason why Ruto is busy killing Mulima, because he wants to kill that Mulima should not have the, you know, and weaponize the Mulima numbers. So the sooner we get out of that we think a winning person will be a Kikuyu and a Luya, because Kikuyus and Luyas are the #1 and #2 in population. I would love us to get out of that. So that for me disqualifies, or sometimes I look at this with a pinch of salt, the combination of Ndidi and Sifuna, because I also have some reservations for Ndidi, you know, and whenever I have somebody who is so tribal, you know, so egocentric, I feel like that leadership becomes a bit thorny, you know, when you really look at Kenya in terms of your area, you know, and you don't want to know what goes beyond that. That is not really good. And that tells me that I'd rather get any other combination that will not be driven by that. And that's why I've been having issues with the people saying, Matiang'i is cool, Matiang'i has no numbers. You know, honestly, for our time and age, that you cannot be a presidential, I mean, even leave alone even being a president, by you pronouncing yourself as a presidential candidate, because you come from Mbere, people start laughing at you. What wanaanza kuuliza wapi numbers? It is really insulting, and 62 years down the line, this country will never. So haitaendelea when we go with that kind of ideology. We were so lucky, the Gen Z had come up so well, but look at what we have done. We have really tumechafua, and now we are even making and trying to bag Gen Z and weaponize them and corner them somewhere. Was make sense, you know? We tumerogwa na hiyo ukabila. Okay, I keep on saying, for you being from whatever tribe you are, there's nothing wrong with that. But weaponizing that, it's very bad. And that's why for me, I'm so much against anybody who thinks Kenya ni yake, you know, and anybody who thinks he or she is endowed. It is our time, it is my time. So I would say, for example, anybody who comes with that idea of let's wrestle this country from the jaws of the crocodile, in whichever way we will, okay, fine, even if it is that combination ya Muluka, so long as it will wrestle this country out of the jaws of the crocodile and not put it back to another jaws of a younger crocodile. Okay, because we want to wrestle it and maiden it, midwife it, transit it into what now we would. And that's why I would fall for Kalonzo's idea, because you need a bridge. There is no one time where you had gone in any situation in the world, since the creation of the globe. Tangu dunia iundwe, hakuna mahali unakutanga ati inakuwa sasa old wameenda, wamedisappear, it's the young. Whether it's animals or human beings, there is no such a thing that has happened anywhere. What you have is very progressive, transitional group, and it's always maidened either by a young person or by an older person who has that kind of value that now we want to transit and give this let's say, for example, the marginalized or the disrespected group. For this case now, the youth, for example, because Kenya, they have been this yearning of, oh, youth, young people. Yes, 62 plus years after independence, it's now critical that whoever is there deliberately, like what Nani did, or affirmatively agree that you want, if it's a cabinet, you must do like 70% the youth, because there are plenty, or 80%. You just do a deliberate transition. Then that now will build itself, because it is maiden. Bridge. You have to bridge between the old, the so-called old. Remember, in Kenya, it's not about the age. It's about the corrupt, the rotten people. It's not the age, because even the young people are rotten, some of them. So if we focus on, oh, it's the age, then we will miss the boat, because you will get young, very rotten. Okay? So will you have solved the problem? No. What we need to do is like what Botswana has done. And I want people who have not followed Botswana closely, please follow Botswana and you see what they have done. See what they have done. See what the president did. Practicability. You know, he summoned, number one, the first meeting he had was all the civil servants. Wote, wazee wamefura matumbo huko, kuna young people nina nini. And he gave, he told them what he was really for. And he gave them a chance. He said, kama hutawezana na hii, tafadhali start running. Okay? And, you know, some people, of course, those who are born, you know, born thieves and all that, they retired early. Then who? What do you do? Boko appointed young people. So you simply do that. Come on, as a civil servant here, Kenya. You have some old people who are very good, okay, who are about to maybe retire. They have 5 years to go, experts, but they have never had a chance to do that. Then you have also rotten people. Yani ule mtu ni wa serikali, huyo hata ajui mahali unaweza sema integrity inaitwa nini. They are there. Okay? So I would want to see a government that is coming with one thing, that they want to clean the rot, not the human beings. You begin with the rot. Hii kuoza, kama ni wewe umebeba, unaishia nayo. Unaona? But now when we go peddling at it is about young, it is the young, it is neither here nor there. Itakuwa tutaangukia pabaya patupu kabisa. I pause there. You can ask me another question. Ask me what I want to do personally. I'm not a young person. I'm not a youth. What do I want to do? I exactly want to do that. Wrestle this out of the corrupt people and then maiden it and mentor young people. You have to show people how to lead. Nani atawaonyesha kulead? Mtu kijana ametoka university sahi. For example, I'm giving an example. Ametoka university, ametamak for 2 years. Alafu unakuja unampatia MCA. Ataanzia wapi? Ataanzia wapi? Okay? But imagine umekuwa ndio MCA ama MP, alafu unamuingiza akue kwa program yako ya CDF. He's in the management team, you know, interacting with the community at that level, doing budgeting and, you know, doing his monitoring and evaluation. You are building that guy for the next 5 years. He can go for the same seat. Other than you giving him that, then he messes himself. Kile kitu atakimbilia kwanza ni wanawake, pesa, excitement. Then you mess. In my place, this is what we did in Jiro before I get out. After we realized in our area, we had messed. We had Mzee there for 24 years during President Moi. I mean, and we had Jeremiah Nyaga for since I was born. Nilimpata huko. Mimi sikuwa najua minister mwingine. So we had an MP who was forever and a councillor who was forever. So, and you looked at the years, that area, hakuna kitu, stima imetoka huko, hakuna maji iko huko Ribatana, hakuna. Yani the poverty is what you cannot believe in. So people said, what do we do, man? Sasa because of annoyance, they said, kwanza, kiti ya councillor, they pulled a boy that had dropped out of Form 4. Wakasema sasa huyu mzee tunamfunguza na kaveshi kaka. Kakijana kametoka Form 4 akawekwa councillor. Sasa niambie huyo kijana kwanza
Responding
na hasira.
Of course.
So the first thing that kijana had done, he had never earned a salary. Remember, ametoka form 4, alikuwa amefukuzwa, alikuwa amelead mgomo. Sasa juu ya hiyo kulead mgomo, watu wakasema wewe ni mtongolia bwana. Mgomo ya shule, alikuwa wanachoma shule. Sasa kijana kuchaguliwa, kwanza kalihama kwao. Kalihama huko kwa wodi, kaenda kuishi Kiretile. Sasa watu wanamuulizaga aje, ala kazo la wetu wako wapi? Anaambia enda muone Kiretile. Unaona? So anyway, huyo kutoka hasira nyingine ikakuja, watu wakasema huyu amefanya hivyo kwa sababu hajasoma. Then immediately a cousin of mine ametoka ako uni, ako kwa Embu student leadership. Alikuwa hapo Nairobi University. Ni engineer pia. Tukaambiwa endeni engineer sasa. Ana graduate hii mwaka. Ana graduate hiyo mwaka ya election, akakuja tukampatia MCA. Sasa with the new dispensation. The rest is history. Sasa tumegamble hivyo and you know, with the community, every time you make that stupid gamble, you've lost the resources for the 5 years. It's a retrogression. So that is the asara that even Kenya now as a country should be looking at. That any time, all this time we have missed, 10 years of Ruto is a disaster. 10 years of 5 years of Kibaki was a disaster. Uhuru, the years also zilikuwa disaster because there are things that they didn't do which were supposed to be done. So that's why now this time around is the only time we have a chance to correct the wrongs, and we have to really stop being emotional, stop being tribal, stop looking at it's time for young people. We will lose the eyes from the ball. We will lose the ball when we go that way. Back to you, Njiro.
So according to you, which model is the best? The young people model or the transitional model ya Kalonzo? Choose one.
Personally, I don't like the young people model because it's not beefed up with values. It's not. Just because somebody is young, I mean, we are not talking corruption. When you talk young peke yake, what are we talking, Njiru? Tell me. What is this we are talking about?
Are these people also not coming with those values? We want these young people, we want them because also they also coming coupled with the values.
Which ones have they? Which ones do they have? Which ziko happy? Akina nani? Akina Ndidi
like
who?
Sifuna and Ndidi Nyoro. Do they have value questions? You know, that's what you are supposed to, like, for example, let's say we have Sifuna and Ndidi Nyoro. Do you feel they have like value question when it comes to
Sasa when you assuming you have Sifuna as the president and Ndidi Nyoro as the deputy president, give me nipatie hiyo picha.
That's what I'm trying to say, because they are all in their 40s, and people feel other countries have equivalently elected people in their 40s as presidency. And of late, the comparison of Mr. Obama, who was elected in his 46th birthday. So that's what. What
is it that Obama did that is so unique? What is it that Obama did that is so unique for America? Based on the age, based on the age that he did what he did because he was of that age.
I'm not a fan of Obama, so I don't know what he did in America.
Exactly. So that's why I'm telling you, when you base your things on age, you are lost. You are neither here nor there. Unaelewa bana? Tunatakiwa tuongee kuunda serikali ambayo ni serikali ya mseto, serikali no nonsense. Nimekuambia enda Botswana uone serikali vile imeundwa. That module is what we should take quickly, copy paste, and we will sort out our problems. Copy paste that module. Instead of, and you will not hear even their build up to the election and all that. No, I'm not talking about it's the time for the young and it's the time for the old and all that. Hiyo ni nonsense. By the way, that is a nonsensical narrative.
Kagili anasema, except associating with Ruto in 2022, Didi is very good with CDF and the policy making in parliament. So according to
fantastic,
him, that is a quotient point to make him a leader.
But what happened for the bill in 2024? What happened? Ndindi was there. If he's so beautiful, so good, he was the chair of the budget, and we got the most fucked up budget. Come on, guys. Chenio. We got the most fucked up budget, him being the chair. Can you explain that?
Okay, so now, can you now give me a blend? Like when you say like you want a, so your model is better like where we blend both the relatively older generation with the young people, where they are sharing responsibility. So are you saying like we can have a relatively older presidential candidate with a younger person, or what is your?
Me, no, for me, delete. I'm not talking. I'm not talking about old and whatever. I'm talking about integrity. I want a team with Akina Nyoro, Akina Nani, au waingie a team. Remember, I'm not talking about older, sijui younger, sijui nini. No, I want a team. Who are saying they are shining in their own ways. You don't have to be president, but I would want a team whereby it will be so difficult to steal. Yeah, so difficult to do the wrong things. Hata ukiwa wewe ni president. That's why I don't care who becomes the president, but I don't want the president based on age, whether old or young. Start here, you and your factor, Jiru. And I want us, those who are doing this podcast, to talk kwa hiyo narrative. It's not about the age. Why Kenyans like running away from integrity question? Jiru, go to many podcasts. Wakenya hawapendi kuongea juu ya integrity. Kabisa. You see what anywezi. We are thieves. It's very sad.
So, no, I want to call the pot black and you're black yourself.
Exactly, which is sad, Njiru. Come on. I mean, Njiru, should we talk about age in Kenya or corruption? Surely. Saa hii vita ni gani? When we say Akina Ndindi Nyoro performed very well, yet the budget that even killed the people, up to now what we are having, he was chair. He should, by the way, we are some of, listen, we are some of the very close people to Ndindi Nyoro, by the way. And he's the first man we were telling, I resign hata kabla alikuwa ametolewa hiyo chair. Hawezi. Because we wanted him to remain a very high level of integrity. Vile ako huko nini. You know, some people advise you think hawajui, unaona ati juu ya mshahara nini na nini, but there is a very big score you get when people are forcing you. Kama hiyo budget, imagine kama angeresign hiyo aseme this budget is bullshit. Mimi ni chair, it's bullshit, inaua wa Kenya, where would he be today? In politics, you have to be very careful. Otherwise, you might spoil your very good, beautiful CV by just one simple mistake. And people don't forget. Watu wana nini? Yeah. So
but you know,
it needs to be in a team.
As that Messiah, in messianic poses. Don't you see messianic poses of Ndindi Nyoro?
No, I don't see it. He's just he doesn't know what he wants. He's there lecturing people and showing you that he has a PhD.
I didn't know he has a PhD, by the way. Okay.
I think he's doing it. He's there just lecturing
your
people.
Your brother is there.
He doesn't tell you who is it.
Stony PK, your little brother is there. Hebu sasa pitisha hiyo upendo ulikuwa unasema your little brother is here. Bwana Elio Bwana.
Wewe unaona wewe sasa wewe vile unaipaint. Eli karibu.
No, see that I paid, you know, I'm recursing you from what you told us. Uliniambia kuna vile ukiona Aruo brother kuna kitu una feeling. So did you feel it when Eddie arrived?
Funny is it the first time Eddie is coming? Hey, hi, what's up? Njiru.
No, I was bringing the point home. Tony PK relax.
Tony PK.
So, but
yes.
I'm good. I listened to Stony there. He was talking about Duma Mboko, and that's a great leader. You know, the president of Botswana. You know, after he managed to unseat the long-term, you know, party political power was was rested in the Botswana Democratic Party. It was just like 2002 in Kenya, when Mwai Kibaki was literally put into power by the majority of Kenyans because they were fed up with KANU, of which Kibaki was also part of KANU for many years. But so Duma Mboko of Botswana, he managed to unseat a political party which was the longest serving political party in government in the world. They were in power for 59 years. And so since this guy has been president of Botswana since 2024, there has been some radical changes in that country. You know, he has done many things that has helped the people of Botswana. You know, economic, social. He has even kind of diversified the economy, because you know yourself that Botswana was always one of the key things that they have is diamonds, but the prices and interest in diamonds has been up and down. So he tried to diversify the economy and and increased you know, social welfare. This is one of the rare African countries where there is a social welfare safety net for people in general, especially the elderly. And this man, apparently, many times when speeches have been written for him, he decides to go against the grain and you know, make his own remarks that are away from the official speech that has been written for him. And I would say that Boko is an example. The other day, a couple of days ago, I was speaking here about Angola by mistake, but actually I meant Botswana, because I think right now we have Botswana in a civilian leadership kind of radical change, but the military rule that we have in West Africa, you know, Burkina Faso is doing similar things, but in a militaristic way. So I think when we speak about whether the youth should run the country or the elderly politicians who have been there for a while, I don't know if this kind of debate is any helpful to Kenyan voters. It might be, but I find it's difficult to understand, because we've known that Kenyans have elected or participated in rigging in young leaders who have ended up becoming just like thugs, you know. I'll give an example of Gideon Mbuvi with his record in committee prison. He became an MP. Just all he did was to punch walls, like as if he was crazy, but really seeking attention. And you made him governor of Nairobi. Not that I think Nairobi is anything more important than any other part of Kenya, but he was governor of Nairobi. Can you imagine? This was this young person who did not have a plan to change the city of Nairobi. And so it confuses me to think that, you know, whether we should think of a powerful young leader or a leader who just wants change. And it's not mere words, but they actually bring change. You see, all these things are becoming experimental because of what we have gone through as the continent of Africa. Because after colonialism, decolonization, the transition has been very long, very, very long. And I think this historical transition is what is still affecting our continent. And it will come the time when, yes, we can have this debate of whether we want younger leaders or not. But right now, if there was an 80-year-old man or woman of substance who has seen that there is some kind of change that needs to happen all over the Republic of Kenya, that person who can decide, like I listened to the remarks of one Cleophas Malala a couple of years ago when he was in Parliament. Not the best example, but I will submit this. Cleophas Malala once said that he was going to push a bill of reform in Parliament to change the face of Parliament, because Parliament was like a political rally. Because when you have around 200 or 300 and something people in an assembly, that is a political rally. That is not official. It's not a business of discussing and changing the country, you know, making law and things like that. It is not. So he said there were too many people in the Houses of Parliament. Why can't we just have a Senate? Or have Parliament and not a Senate? And why can't we just have constituencies that are not up to 70 or 80, something like that? But when you get that leader who will enforce such a change, it will hurt a lot of people. Even constituents will start saying that, so my constituency has been absorbed. You know, the kind of thing that happened years ago. Kisii was a district with very few constituencies. And then when the devolution came, you know how they divided Kisii, and then Nyamira became a county of its own. So we have that example in many places in Kenya. And what Cleophas Malala was saying at the time, because he would say it at that time, was that we needed serious discussions about, is it worth it to have a duplication of work between the Houses of Parliament and Senate? So when you see someone like Boko, you know, those leaders who have reduced their cabinet and they're serious about it, they don't just say it. Because I remember there was a time when Uhuru Kenyatta and William Ruto, in their co-presidency, actually, we are going to slash our wages, we'll be earning 20% or 30% of our salary, the rest will give back to the people. That lasted, I think, 2 months, if anything. Those are the kind of people we don't want as leaders. So it does not matter to me at that point whether it should be a young or an old person. Actually, it's interesting to say this, because if it is an older person, and I'm talking elderly, maybe they're not interested in making more money. For what? Because there is no reason, there is no rationale to attain more money for them. They're already old people. But of course, people will say that, I'll give you this or that example. Look at that person. Your hypothesis is wrong. They're elderly and they're still making billions. People give you an example of Donald Trump. But in Kenya, the question of political leadership is really strange, because when you meet Africans from other parts of the continent, especially when you're living here in diaspora, they think that William Ruto is one of the best leaders in Africa. They would put William Ruto high up there with Boko. In fact, they put not Jacob, Cyril Ramaphosa in the same club. I don't know why. and they would drop names like Thabo Mbeki because of his African Renaissance philosophy of say 15 years ago, which didn't make sense. But what I am saying is the practical situation that we're in as a country, Kenya, does not allow us to have a certain leader better than William Ruto, because of just the way the game is played in our country. You see, when William Ruto will launch his campaign, and I'm very sad to say this, he will use some things that are quite physical and visual that we can see. And because of our memory of a goldfish, we will accept. Because he will start talking about this affordable housing, which we know is a scam. Many of the people who need this affordable housing will never attain this this social safety nets of housing. So we will know that some people will buy many of those affordable houses and sublet them or do something like resell them as soon as they've bought them. We know that there's going to be huge scandals around it. But there is an argument, what people are saying, that William Ruto has tried to do what other leaders have been afraid to do for many years. And I had a comment made by, what do you call the guy who was a spokesperson of Raila Odinga? Dennis Onyango, in the interview with Jeff Koinange today. And he dropped this line saying that Gikomba, for example, you know, extolling itself as the biggest market in Eastern Central Africa, and just look at the state of that place and why are we so proud of it. Ruto said that enough is enough. This has to go. So apparently some people have this brand of thought that Mr. Ruto, however much we hate him and dislike him and all the accusations that were made against him, all the allegations, true or false, there are some things that this person is doing which is going to influence the decision of some weak voters who will just be told this and they will accept. And they did accept that in the past, you know, with a mere wheelbarrow. You know, if that man managed to convince a certain constituency of people in Kenya by you know, using a wheelbarrow as a symbol of radical change, that thing that we have never seen anywhere since he became a president, in his speech about the wheelbarrow triumph over ODM or NASA or Azimio. But he managed to convince Kenyans. This is a very serious situation, because if that's what could happen in 2022, and at that time he had done nothing, now he's going to make a claim that he has built some houses here and there in different towns in Kenya. He's always exploiting the infrastructure thing about roads. A lot of those projects that were at the back end of Uhuru Kenyatta's leadership, in fact, if you look at a lot of the things that happened in Homa Bay County, they were part of the plans under Uhuru Kenyatta's regime. But these people, the two of them, were in leadership together. So whatever I say of Ruto, I say of Uhuru Kenyatta. So if we think that there is a possibility for good change that we are waiting for next year, right now, I will not say anything bad against Kalonzo Musyoka. And I have always tried to understand this man, Kalonzo Musyoka. It's very disappointing because it's difficult to find out who he is. It's easy to know who he is through the history of him being involved in Moi's government. But even in Moi's government, Kalonzo Musyoka had no scandals or major scandals. That's a fact. He may have some scandals that we don't know of. But as Ruto said the other day, what is the point of electing someone just because there's some people who look after his hair and CG is handsome, and then what? Me at least I'm like this, but I'm doing things. That was William Ruto the other day. So I really want to know who is Kalonzo Musyoka. This man decided to join a political regime that had just rigged the elections in 2007. But I have come to understand why he did that. If I am asked to vote for a potential president next year, I might sling my vote for Kalonzo Musyoka because, and no one will convince me otherwise at the moment, unless I see a potential leader who is very, very radical. I'm only taking Kalonzo Musyoka because I don't find any significant corruption, detailed scandals about him. At the moment, I can't see anything. But if I was to decide on a young revolutionary leader, I need to be convinced. What is this person going to do? Is this person serious? So anyway, that's my line on that. And then the third thing I was going to speak of was out there in my village. There is a young lady who has been William Ruto's deputy aide de camp, that military person in uniform guarding the president. So this lady Joanne Asweto has been promoted by William Ruto to the rank of a colonel, which is shy of the lowest rank of a general. Now I know that Tony PK insisted that we don't tribalize our conversations here, which is quite important to say that. But and we know that Ogola was made general, and something happened. The story is still not clear. But for me, this lady who has been appointed colonel, it's a rank higher than a lieutenant colonel, is something which has been received in our part of the world with the cheers. I don't know why, because basically she worked hard for it, and she has been appointed, but that is nothing compared to what the people of the Kanyamwa clan see every day, in our community. I'll tell you small about Kanyamwa. That's where the great Gor Mahia came from, the chief of the clan. And it is in Mirogi, that part where they call Ndiwa division way back in the past. But so it's just a small story. I was just interested to drop that because I found it funny when I read on Facebook how some people from our side of the world were very cheerful that now this is progress because someone has been made a rank higher, and they're serving as William Ruto's official military bodyguard. Apart from that, there is nothing else that I would like to add. I think Donald Trump and the Iranian escapade is just returned. Now Iran is dropping bombs in towards Israel, and I think that this one is going to last longer than what Donald Trump was saying today in the interview by NBC at Iran only has about 20% of their missiles left. but they're also saying that Russians and Chinese are coordinating rearmament of Iran. I'm happy that it's not a world war at this stage, but I think that Iranian beating that they were given, that they had in the last few months, where their leaders were basically massacred, is not going to be an easy triumph for the Americans and Israel, because I think this is going to be a long-term situation where Iran feels that it must fight back. Thank you.
So I think, yeah, Eddie, that one was epic. Yeah, let me return kidogo, nirudisha Stone PK to the discussion na his registration. Stone, are you there?
Yes. Kwani unioni ama niweke kamera ndio ujue niko?
No. Nakuona ni ile. Ngoja nataka ubeshti wako akuambie maneno ya Yakobo.
Hapo kuna kitu ya mambo ya siasa kidogo tu. Nataka nikumbushe nyinyi 2013 na 2017 tulianja mseso ya paka na panya. Na watu wa mbele hapo kuna kiti ya governor, kiti ya women rep, na kiti ya deputy, na kiti ya senator, yote ilienda upande ya Embu ya juu. Hiyo ndio ikawa mnaweza kuniona mimi mjinga. Mimi si mjinga. Mimi nimeongozwa na Mungu wa Abrahamu, Isaka kwa Yakobo kuona tutawaindika. Kwa sababu tukianja hiyo vita tunaweza poteza. Hiyo ndio ikawa siweza ingia nyinyi yote, lakini hakuwezi kukosa kama mtu hata familia moja ama kitu katika mbele South ambaye kimaendeleo ama hiyo keki ikiwa pale juu, wakati tumeenda asalidas, mambo ya barabara, mambo ya maji, ikawa nimesimama pale nikisema njukeni mwatori wao wava. Kwa hivyo mimi namuomba wakati huu tuweke Mungu mbele na mambo itaendelea kuwa mazuri, lakini tukipigana hatutasaidika. Usisahau kama watoto wa Israeli wakati walitoka Misri walisahau. Kwa hiyo 2017 usisahau yale yalifanyika katika Embu Adibere.
Aya, Stone, huyo ni kiongozi wako anasema ameoneshwa. So can you tell me in politics kuonyeshwa ni nini?
Ameonyeshwa na nani? Na Yesu wa Yakobo ama amemuita nani?
Ndio hiyo sasa.
Ati ameonyeshwa na Yesu wa Yakobo afanye. You know, yani I have no words, Njiro, because these are some of the very unfortunate cases about Kenya, and this reminds me, Eli has indicated this, you know, if mnaweza convincewa na vitu kama wheelbarrow, actually the problem is us Kenyans. There is something we don't know. Na niyo mnaona Mundigi anasema, when you say mimi si mjinga, you are actually mjinga. When you say it is you are just confirming how idiotic you are. So I think we have a serious problem. Because kama watu waliconvincewa maneno ya wheelbarrow, kwa mfano, haya Embu ndio hiyo ikachagua huyu governor. Yani na kuingineko mpaka tukonia. Surely when you look at the quality of kama ni kuchaguliwa huwa wanachaguliwa. Because mimi nimeshindwa na science ya Kenya, political science ya Kenya. Yeah, because sasa mara mnasema ilikuwa ni
yes. Actually we are doing well wacha nikuoneshe jamaa amekataliwa pale na DCP, alafu sasa vile anaenda akiropokwa kidogo, alafu uendelee vizuri. Huyu ni yule jamaa amekataliwa juzi, usikie vile anaongea. I think Gachagua is doing amazing work. Kidogo.
Ukwenda kuigua. Githurano kiu turi nakio. Akoro hari na mundu wa kiama kia DCP. Nĩndĩraria ndĩ mbere ya Ngai tiga andũ. Niĩ ndarutaga mbeca ciakwa. Kathi ngĩtwarĩra mũthuri ũcio kũrega wa Gachagua. Na ona korwo arĩ haha ingĩmwĩra ũguo. Ngathiĩ ngamũtwarĩra njũĩ atĩ nĩ kĩama kĩa rũrĩrĩ ndĩraka. Ngaruta mbeca ciakwa mũhuko cia bamĩrĩ yakwa. Ngathi gũtwara njũĩ atĩ nĩ kĩama gitũ tũraka. no mundu weherie thirikari-ini ni undu wa mitugo yake na mucongoco wake amwehere mwere thirikari-ini muthie githaka-ini nawe ena mbeca ciake na maendeleo make. Watu wache puzi bana, watu wache puzi bana. Mundu ni ahejio ni ma mukwenda kuigua githurano kiu turi nakio akorwo hari na mundu wa kiama kia DCP na ndiraria ndi mbere ya Ngai tiga andu ni ndarutaga mbeca ciakwa ngathie ngatwarira muthuri ucio gwetwore gari wa Gacagua na ona korwo ari haha ingimwira uguo ngathie ngamutwarira njui ati ni kiama kia rore ndiraka ngaruta mbeca ciakwa muhuko cia family yakwa ngathie gutwara njui ati ni kiama gitu turaka no mundu weherie thirikari-ini ni undu wa mitugo yake na mucongoco wake amwehere mwere thirikari-ini muthie githaka-ini nawe ena mbeca ciake na maendeleo make. Watu wache puzi bana, watu wache puzi bana.
Tony PK, that's a very sad story. Huyo jamaa alikuwa anapigania kiti ya DCP. Alafu sasa mambo ikakataa kuingiana. Sasa unasikia venye anatusi watu saa hii.
Yeah, that's why
you're trying to say. Maybe can you try to talk? You know that matrix now.
You see, that's why, as I keep on saying, even when we are analyzing these things, we run away from reality. Number one, when did he come to realize that Gachagua is what he is talking about? It's when. So what was his driving force? What was it? No, you know, those are things we need to ask. Why was he not nominated?
After kupoteza nomination ya Orkarau, and then I think he went and met with some few UDA guys. That's now when he is coming gun blazing. That is the genesis.
Listen, Jiro. Who was nominating him? Gachagua?
Hapana, Raia.
No, it's a quick no. Raia, thank you. So it's the people who know that he's not. He could be having money, but the people, Jiro, wewe kwenye unajulikana, hata ukiwa billionaire, people know you. And they will know you, and they don't come and tell you who they think you are. So when there is, that's what I always say. If you conduct a free and fair, afadhali chama itumie pesa mingi, lakini make sure that kama ni nomination, mwananchi amepewa nafasi, ajichagulie. You will never go wrong, Jiro. So this guy, if the nominations were free and fair, if they were not shambolic, then the people decided he's not the one. He could feel he's the one because he was giving Gachagua money. But Gachagua is not the people of Kalau. Gachagua kwake ni wa Munyoro. And if Gachagua is very clever, that is how he should run his party. And he will get the people's people. He will get people's leaders. Most parties have never made it that way because the owners want money. You bring money, and I was a victim. Being a preference of the people, then somebody comes with the CDF yote, anasema ana support party. He's given the ticket. All right? So, this is a very good one. So, mwananchi and analyst should not even take this guy serious. Aulizwa tu swali ya kwanza, ulikuwa unaenda kwa DCP kwa nini? Number 2, ni nani alikutupa nje? Who rejected you? If the people wanted you, it's you who would have won. And even if they wanted you, the Nani was more loved. Whoever defeated you got more votes. You could be a good guy, but the other guy gets more votes than you. So you accept that. You can defect if you still think you have a chance. You can defect without going kuongea hizo matope anaongea. For me, I would not take him for whatever he's saying. Just by the way, I keep on going back to this. Just like those people who tell us that wali realize who Ruto was after amekuwa president. I don't buy that. I don't take that. Unless you are never born in Kenya and you've not been living in Kenya and you came to Kenya 3 months to elections, then I can excuse you. So equally, I don't buy anybody who gives excuses for having voted and voting for UDA, because even if UDA didn't win, they got so much votes that give them a space to rig. Although now it looks like in the story of rigging, people have decided to convert it into an election that Ruto won. That's what I hear in all podcasts these days. People talk about how Ruto won. Yeah, that's why I'm telling you, tuko na shida, Njiru.
So, umesikia hiyo, especially now from these people who have, and I think it's a good litmus test. Hebu nikuulize, jamaa kama huyu anatusiana hivi, if he got the nomination, hii mambo tungejua? Huyu jamaa tu angeendelea tu kufanyia Ruto kazi. And you know, I don't know how Gachagua was able to discover ya kwamba Waiganjo was a Ruto move in his party, by the way, because
no, Njiru, hapana, there's nothing like mole here. What is happening here is that this guy, these are the useless leaders. It's not about being mole. Ni malaya. These are prostitutes, political prostitutes. Yeah, wanna gamble. It's not that he was that time he was working for Gachagua, loyalty to Gachagua kabisa. But then when the people rejected him, they anaruka kwa UDA because UDA is desperate. Hii narratives za mole wachana nazo hizo. Hata akina nani, they just jump guns, they jump sides because they are desperate. Na wamekuta pande hii wamepoteza. So where else would you go? Unakimbia kwa Ruto. And those are the people that should be rejected forever. Those are people that cannot help even in development, because their aim is not about the people, it's about getting to power for them, for their own selfish things. So again, Kenyans have to again analyze and be very careful.
But
all those people that are jumping over.
What Cherargei said. Remember what Cherargei said. Cherargei was quote, and even Gachagua reinforced that. Cherargei said, kuna watu watatuma kwa DCP wasimame na DCP na ni watu wao. What about that?
Yeah, those you know kabisa Njiru. I mean, surely. Anyway, because me nimekuwa kwa siasa for long, maybe that's why I have the experience and I'm happy. I can tell you. Yeah. No, tuko polite.
Oh, okay.
I can tell you, Njiru sahi, if we sit down, hata tutafanya hiyo program hapa, we analyze the true followers of opposition and those that are going to sell us. I can give you, out of that, I can score 60%. I can pass.
And they are the principles.
I can pass.
Out of the 7 principles, nataka uniambie wote nani unaona ambaye atumalize safari na yeye. I would be happy to hear.
Gachagua. Already amekuwa cornered. Unajua ametumiwa watu ngapi? He is under pressure. Oh. Gachagua is under serious. Na akiruka hii, I will support him 100%. Ametumiwa pressure mpaka international. Yes, I'm telling you, they stick to the bank.
Hii ni mambata mimi mwenyewe sijaisikia tena.
Wacha nikuambilie hapa kwa hii podcast. The whole world, mpaka ile hawaizi na wakora wanajua Ruto is, if elections were held properly, Ruto will go home by saa 2 asubuhi. That's not good news kwa waizi. Number one, no, ngoja nimalize ndio ujue kule inatoka. So everybody now has ganged up to get all the possible ways of handshakes, pre-election handshakes. And pre-election handshakes ni deadly. Wewe anzia, there are indicators. Hata sikiza ile breakfast nini. Kwanza hiyo ni namba 1. Okay? Look at even zingine sitaki kutaja. You know, they are putting pressure on Gachagua because Gachagua is the akombele pale na anaonekana ako serious kabisa. There is no reconciliation with this guy. Anatumiwa ma emissaries. Utasikia, I think Gachagua is going to hold either tomorrow is going to hold another inaitwaje pressa interview. Yes.
So now
and I think
hao watu wanatumiwa, anaambiwa aende aungane na serikali ama in terms of what ama kumuingiza baridi kidogo, ama wamwambia go slow, and how is it like
no ile forgiveness no, anaapproachiwa nini ya kuwe forgiven na akuwe running mate tena. Ala, my friend, yes,
akuwe running mate tena
alafu ati atawachiwa huko 2032. I know you cannot believe it. Ukisikia unaenda kukojoa. Nilisikia hiyo na watu wawili, nikaenda lu watu wanaweza sema conspire. Ukielezewa na possibilities, my friend, unaziona ziko. Yes. Mpaka unashindwa, haki ya Mungu tutaingia. Manake we can be disappointed ile hatujawahi ona bwana.
Hiyo naye ataenda peke yake. No, there's no problem. He can go back to Ruto, but I can assure you, any misdirection of Gachagua to Ruto, ameenda peke yake. Hata Gachagua akitaka kidogo tulifikie. Do you know that Gachagua is not popular? Gachagua akitaka kujua si popular, arudi kwa Ruto leo.
Walai. Yeah. Nilikuwa na hapo, that's the point I wanted to come. He is walking on shell, inaitwaje eggshell. Unaona?
Akirudi kwa Ruto saa hii, hata jina Gachagua inarudi. No, I don't think like kwani hata Gachagua anaweza kuwa mjinga aje shwari. He doesn't know that Ruto hana leverage. So like what is it? So like Stony PK, as you speak about this, what does Gachagua stand to gain by working with Ruto now? Mtu ambaye hata mtoto akipewa jina, mtoto anakuja kusema Stony PK, uliona hiyo story ya huyo mtoto anasema badilisho jina. Huyo mtoto anaitwa William Ruto.
Yeah, huyo mama mjinga anakuja kusema ati mtoto ako endangered.
Apewe ulinzi.
Mjinga hiyo.
So I can see many people here are saying impossible. So naona Akeshi anasema impossible. Imeta
Kenyans, Akeshi ni typical Kenyans. Impossible. Elections cannot be rigged. Impossible. And we've been singing about elections being rigged since we got independence.
Sio Gachagua. Kalonzo ametuambia kwa speech yake. Kalonzo amesema Ruto should sit down pretty knowing that he cannot be able to steer the election 2027. Kalonzo amesema hiyo uchaguzi huwezi iba. So hiyo ni statement ya kupitisha mdomo, ama Kalonzo is one of the statement which he is not like serious, ama he means what he is saying. Kalonzo amesema hapa na Ruto
ajia uchaguzi huwezi iba. All of them will say that. Wote hata Gachagua alisema. Njiru, ngoja nifanye kitu kidogo, endelea kuongea.
Ni sawa, wacha nirudi kwa Eli. So bwana Eli, there is that very controversial agenda which Stony PK is bringing, that there can be a possibility that Gachagua is being wooed to come and rework things with Ruto, and to an attempt of even wanting him to resume his deputy presidency seat. In your own focus, is it possible? Or can these people be able to reconcile each other and work out a political pact based on, and also you juxtapose that with the extent in which their political rivalry has reached. Can you help me to reconcile all that information together?
That is not possible. Not in a million years. Not even that's barely impossible. I mean, if you think of how Mr. Gachagua has been dismissed as a very undiplomatic character that eats like a glutton, that is the things that William Ruto said in public before even Gachagua left office. I remember one clip where Ruto, in laughing gestures, was addressing public officers, and Gachagua was there, and he was addressing while looking at him that people should know how much to eat and what to eat when we have important guests around us. That is how that's how the Ruto sees Gachagua. He demeans him from the word go. He doesn't see him as a person who has held some kind of senior responsibility in public office. I mean, he was a personal assistant of Uhuru Kenyatta. That's a big job, but often being dismissed as that district officer who failed. For all the things that we know of Gachagua, I don't think that he would be that stupid to go back to Ruto's fault. It will not happen. I don't think Gachagua is that desperate to get back into power.
Can I add something so that you continue disapproving? Can I add a small pin?
Yes.
Yeah?
Okay, reinforce your thing.
Let me give you this pin, PIN, this pin here. Now, Gachagua knows he cannot be president. Okay? Riding on what Njiru says, he knows he's not at the end the peremende wa Kenya. Of course, that's a fact. Okay? Now, so, and after knowing that, which is the other way, which is the best way that he can take, which is the best route, if you are him, and you've been able to, umekuwa offered all what it takes for you to reconcile. And they normally say here, which I don't believe, for me, I don't say it, but Kenyans believe in it, and I hear people worldwide talking, oh, there is no permanent enemies in politics. Yeah, so he will follow that principle. What makes you to say he can never do this? And when Ruto was taking him, did he know he did not have table manners before? He didn't know that. So it changed after he became deputy president. That's when he realized he doesn't know how to eat. You guys are not giving me valid reasons why, if he is offered what is normally offered to people for reconciliation, if you guys have a clue what it takes, then you will see what whoever was giving me that theory, because it's not mine, you can see where they are coming from. And for sure, there are no rumors in the world. Thank you.
You see, Gashagua's case is not the same as George Saitoti, Arap Moi. When Moi refused to appoint a vice president for nearly 2 years. I think you remember that time when there was no vice president in Kenya. And it was a hot political discussion in harsh tones. That situation was not similar to this one, where Gachagua was forced out, by a very well-paid group of parliamentarians, to quickly impeach him and remove him from power in a different constitutional dispensation where we've got a Senate and a Parliament. But at that time with Moi and Saitoti, because there were rumors that, after Njuguna Karanja had been removed by Moi, because Moi often didn't like people who try to show that they have some kind of power which can upstage it. You couldn't even pay more money during Arambe fundraising events, more money than Moi. You couldn't do that. he was that person that was so powerful that he felt that nothing happened without him. But then there was the rumor that George Saitoti was being propelled by the Western agenda, the imperialists. So Moi panicked and at that time refused to, he declined, reappointing him as vice president. The constitution was different at that time. But that time, those things could happen. So what happened was then he reappointed Saitoti eventually. So Saitoti came back into power. You see, before then he ended up again with Mudavadi for 3 months after Saitoti decamped from Moi's government. So this particular situation with Gachagua is totally different. You should know Gachagua better than me. I'm from Nyanza, but I think that it's going to be impossible for Gachagua to reconnect with William Ruto. Even when we say things like it is not usually the person at the top of the leadership, but a group of people that run the country, that they decide what happens. And even that group of people, if it exists, it is not in their best interest that Gachagua gets back. Because, for example, Gachagua has said so many things that are unpalatable in William Ruto's way of thinking. So can you imagine that now they're sharing power again after William Ruto feels that Gachagua said so much that is true about him? There is no person that we know who has been the second most senior government officer that has spoken the things that Gachagua has said since the time of independence. I can't remember of any other political leader. I know that Raila Odinga, he did that kind of thing, but he was not a deputy president or vice president. He was prime minister at that time. When he was prime minister, he did not say those things. And also when he left Kibaki's government, he was always an opposition leader who was always looking to fight for change. But Gachagua was just a person who came the other day thinking the wheelbarrow politics of William Ruto. He is not going to come back. And if that's what people are thinking, I think there should be more serious things that is happening at the moment if the campaigns have already started. Otherwise, we'll shoot ourselves in the foot again, and then William Ruto will be awarded victory by the scammers of the earth who are the IEBC. People already know what the plan is. If we cannot find a leader who will do what Kibaki did in 2002, like literally being propelled by force in a wheelchair by Kenyans, if we can't find that thing that happened in 2002, then I think William Ruto will get back into power. Unfortunately, I think we know that, but we're afraid of mentioning it. So these guys, if they are thinking of Kalonzo Musyoka as the only one that we know that we can try, then so be it. But when I look at people like Matiang'i, I believe that people are serious that this person can have some very, a significant impact in the way that he does things. But not all people, not many people in Kenya know who Matiang'i is. He will not get the significant votes that other leading candidates will get. So if, for example, Kalonzo Musyoka is the torchbearer and he has a good team, including possibly Matiang'i, David Maraga, Martha Karua, and all the other leaders for change. I don't want someone like Babu Owino in that lineup. Anyway, he wants to run for the seat of Nairobi. But we don't want people, personally, I don't have time for someone who was just about to kill someone. He fired a gun a couple of times, and then people are saying, "Yeah, we're sorry. This one here was just he took drugs. He did what?" There's no way someone like Babu should be in prison, and this is the problem with our country. If a person like Babu Owino is still an MP, there must be something wrong with us. That man is still an MP. The video evidence, including him, he has been interviewed and he has said, hey, actually I should be in prison. Hata wangempeleka tu wamfunge 2-3 years, aonje tu kidogo, ndio arudi tuseme, we ushafanya nini your time, kuja sasa ufanye kazi. Lakini to think that now Babu Owino now wants to run for governor, no. Very, very embarrassing. It says a lot about Kenyan politics, and it says a lot why we decided to use the wheelbarrow model of thinking, and we're still using it right now as we speak. So for me, I think Kalonzo Musyoka would be a good leader. And I also say that in a biased way because he ran with Raila Odinga in the elections. Some people say that, he was a spy. I don't know. Sometimes people can be really stupid. You think Kalonzo was just there to run about with Raila to be deputy president for a joke, and he was part of the game. I don't know what game people are talking about. This man sacrificed his political ambitions and was a running mate of Raila Odinga, I think twice, and unfortunately it happened the way it did. So I have time for Kalonzo, thinking that he wasn't the best development-minded leader back in the day of Moi or even Kibaki, but we might look at how much he hasn't done to affect the coffers of Kenya, in terms of corruption. So he can go into power as the torchbearer, and then some of the good people around him can help him to fix the nation. That's all I can say about this. But I think the idea of Gachagua coming back in with William Ruto, this one is very wrong. Gachagua was removed from power in a very, very distasteful manner. If the same way they removed Gachagua, they can use that to bundle out people who are corrupt, the thieves in government. If they can do that to all these ministers who, skimming off state coffers, if they could do that, what they did to Gachagua, to change the judiciary, parliament, and the executive, like radical change. If parliament could do the same, then I would say that our country has changed, because that one was a big lesson that they can remove someone of the, like Gachagua in a constitutional position. Well, that's wrong. It's not a constitutional position, because it's not like a judge or a commissioner of a commission. The president and the deputy president, they can face impeachment. So that's a mistake what I said there. But I could compare it with what happened to Josphat Njuguna Karanja, who was literally thrown out of power as vice president by one David Mwenje, who was just a regular politician. I think he was the MP of So Embakasi north or east, somewhere there, back in the day. That was also a very quick exit from the position of vice president back in the day. But the constitutional arrangements were not the same as what they are now. And I remember I watched that speech by Joseph Karanja, and he made this famous speech. I think he copy pasted some words that were used previously by some literature, expert of some Mzungu country. I can't remember exactly who, but it was some literary don who had said something about replacement of common decency with political thuggery. Those were the words of Josephat Njuguna Karanja when he was forced out of office, simply because he was seen as this person who was overeducated, arrogant, and yes, he was arrogant, but I think he was fit in his job as a vice president at the time. But of course, there was this idea that the politicians from Kiambu, the Kiambu so-called mafia, were out to get Moi again. But to think that what has happened to Gachagua is similar to what happened to Juguna Josephat Juguna Karanja in two different dispensations, and then to think that Gachagua can come back to power through a new friendship with William Ruto, that friendship of convenience is impossible. Sorry for the long-winded commentary there. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Bona Eli. I think that one is explicit. So maybe so that we don't lose Eric, Eric utaongea alafu nicheze video ya huyo PS wa education. We also talk a little about it. So, Bona Eric, how are you?
I'm fine.
Yeah, so what do you want to talk about today? Leo tumeongea maneno mingi sana. Stony PK ame drop bombshell ati Gachagua anatafutwa na wakereketo warudi kwa Ruto. Discuss.
I think it's very hard for him to go back. Kwanza kuna point anashinda akirudia ati kama ati like nimeona Koinoro anaulizwa unaweza fanya kazi na Ruto tena, kasema yes, anaweza fanya na yeye kama atafufua watoto wa Gen Z. The day atajaribu kurudi kwake, and with that kind of a comment alikuwa make before, itakuja kumhaunt ati watu wataona kama watu watakuwa kicheza hizo clip sana juu ati the only way kurudi kwa Ruto ni kama atafufua watoto wote wa Gen Z wenye walikufa. So I wanted to ask about Leader Mwananchi because like Bona hakumit like this weekend, mi sikuwaona, and I heard there are so many infights within, and so I don't know what's happening. And pia I want to ask about, do you think hizo meetings zenye huwa anafanya zimetosha? Because ukiangalia kama Ruto before 2022 Leader Mwananchi walikuwa before 2022 Ruto alikuwa na strategy like how to win, venye alikuwa ndaga, hata kama the winning is questionable, he had strategy. There's something nani alikuwa anasema Kioni, the clarity of mind, hii party ya Azimio hatukuwa sure, lakini hatukuwa sure. that baba ndiye atapewa nini, but hatukuwa sure because unaona kulikuwa na the MOU venye zilikuwa zimefanyika before, kama baba this time hatasimama, ataachia Kalonzo. Kulikuwa na those kind of things, so hakukuwa na that clarity of mind. So Ruto alikuwa na strategy that time, and ukiangalia the number of meetings alifanya Mount Kenya ilikuwa mingi sana kuliko any other region. Haya, hii akina Sifuna ukiangalia they are doing one meeting per county. Hiyo iko enough? Haiko enough, iko far from enough. And like sijui kama akikuja sijui Mount Kenya sijui atakuja Thika peke yake. I saw Caleb alikuwa huko Nyandarua, was a good thing akiwa na Wajakoya. So this time what happened that like hawakuwa na meeting, sikuwaona hii weekend. Where were they? Babu Owino, Sifuna walikuwa wapi?
Yeah, Eric, I think I can hear. Maybe you also need to look at the schedule of the election. Incidentally, right now we are like 15 months to election. So are you saying that you want to see them having so many meetings everywhere? Is that what you are thinking? Unataka yani wakuwe na rallies everywhere, ama you don't want them to be spaced? What is, because umesema meeting moja sio enough per county. So because sometimes even to have a meetings take time. Uwezi amuka tu alafu sasa unasema unataka kwenda pale, so you have to sensitize people nini mipangilio hapa na pale. So we are still 5 months to election. Don't you think they need to go increasing them along as the time gets closer? Because unajua the reason why Ruto was having so many meetings in Mount Kenya, those were agenda meetings. They were meetings to pretend. Alikuwa anajaribu kuonesha watu wa mlima venye anawapenda, nitakuanga naishi huku. It is a similar way ya vile saa zingine kijana anaingizanga msichana box alafu chwa anapotea. Story PK. So are you there? Wewe unajua tukifikanga hiyo maneno wewe ndio natakanga I like and shielding you into this. Stone, are you there? So ama kitu kingine nasikianga watu wakisema, umeiona watu wakienda kupewa pesa after campaign, after kura zimepigwa. So I think the opposition
sio mapema Jiro, sio mapema.
Don't you think people have also convinced themselves? Sai, do we really need meetings? Saisi kila mtu ni anti-Kasongo ama lazima kukue na rally ili tu watu wajipange.
Yeah, but I think tunafaa tufanye more meetings.
I think Sifuna has been doing meetings,
Hizo meetings haziko enough.
I would rather pace them, but every time you do a meeting, you do a mammoth one, you do a big one, rather than ati unasema unazitaka kila siku and then they don't yield to anything. For me, I know meetings have a lot of logistics. I don't know if still they have those resources to hold meetings everywhere. So I will not push them to more meetings. I would rather push them to their online strategy and remedial meetings. Maybe in a month I can say like 1 or 2. For me it is enough. Bora tu nayo hiyo meeting wapange vizuri. You can plan a very big meeting in Kajiado in 1 month. You can plan a very big meeting in Kisii. You can plan a very big meeting in Kisumu. A very big meeting in Ukambani. For me, like the way they planned ile yao ya Machakos, yeah, it was very good. Unakumbuka ile meeting ya Machakos, the one which they had the other day. They were there, so you can imagine you are from Machakos. Then next weekend you want to be in Meru, you will also choke. Remember, you are also relying on the resources of well wishers na watu wengine. Au akina Sifuna wanatoa pesa wapi to mobilize all those resources and to make sure that their systems, sound systems, transport. I know, wow, our baby watu, hata kama baby watu, there's some in-kind money you need to mobilize and to make sure that the meeting is good and well reserved. And again, not forgetting the goon culture, which has now been introduced in Kenya. So for me, if I was asked, I would not push them to do a lot of meetings, but I would rather push them to do strategic and effective meetings. For me, that one would make sense. I don't want to push them to ati wako hapa wako pale. So why do you think they need to have a lot of meetings? Yet, Ruto rejection can be seen. Eric?
Number one, I think like I don't know what hawajaisimama before. Unaona kama ingekuwa ni kama time ya kina Kibaki, like hawajaisimama like presidential. Unaona? So kama for example kama time ya Kibaki, huyu ni mtu alikuwa amesimama before. So hata this idea unasema sijui wata announce ati dakika za mwisho. Iko na disadvantages zake. Because it take time to market our candidate that time. Unaona? So na uko like in those small town, for example akifanya meeting moja sijui Thika, hii Kiambu ni kubwa Kiambu ni unaona, the reason why Uhuru hangeweza kutoa Ruto Mount Kenya is because huyu mtu unajua alikuwa amepewa strategy na kina Gachagua na kina Ishongwa, this what you gonna do, like that's what alikuwa anaenda kuosha magari baka huko sijui kijijini, hizo PR zote. Unajua sometimes siasa ni perception. Unaona ni kama like perception. Unaona kama Sonko kama angebado na ile mambo ya kina impeachment, this guy right now angekuwa kama si angekuwa hapo number 1 or 2, because alikuwa already create perception huko kijijini baka venye anasaidia watu maskini. So Uhuru angeweza, watu walikuwa sema ni mapema, Uhuru akikuja Mount Kenya ni mapema, atakuja kumtoa huyu mtu na speech moja. Hangeweza because Ruto alifanya more meeting. Kuna places mingi Ruto aliingia huko kijijini, in small town, in those like very deep place hata Uhuru hajaifika, and ingekuwa ngumu kwa Uhuru kumtoa in any way. So yeye alikuwa na strategy na alikuwa na reason why alikuwa anakuja Mount Kenya all those time. Huyu kina Sifuna is the first time wanataka run for president. So hawajulikani sana kama ile time ya Kibaki. Unaona mtu Kibaki by the time inafika kuachua na kina baba si kitu like na jampea number 1 ama number 2. Sijui anasema nini. I think Sifuna wanafaa kunini, and the fact that they don't have enough money, hii inaonyesha bado wako ready kabisa. Haya, Kalonzo juzi nimeona ameraise about sijui hiyo ni pesa ya 1 day ya campaign.
Nani amepewa pesa 1 day campaign? I didn't get that.
Kalonzo sijui raise 10 million in sijui in that evening. Like strategy yake ya kuraise pesa mimi sioni kama pia ina make sense.
I think this one is like a individual campaign, but I think when the united opposition will get one candidate, I think that time they will be able to pull resources together. I think you also need to forgive them on that. Wakiwa kila mtu kivyake, it will take time to raise money, but nafikiria as they go along, they should be able to pull resources as a group. Right now it is individual, it is more complex, but when sasa watashikana sasa tujue sasa we now have the opposition train in this one. Now we should be able now to raise as a team, which will be more easy. 10 million as an individual for me, I think is good. Kalonzo raising 10 million is good enough. It's good enough.
But unajua hiyo 10 million na hiyo meeting yake pia ilikuwa ina sound more of like Iskamba, like business people ndio wamekuja kunini. Haikuwa na that national outlook ya national.
I think the national outlook always comes after the opposition has been as morphed together. I think, Bwana Eric, we also need to allow the opposition to come together. Once the opposition come together, unajua kila mtu anakuja na group yake. Waluya wanakuja, Wakamba wanakuja, Wakikuyu wanakuja, Waembu, Wamasai, Ogiek, Mijikenda, so they come and we start working together. I think you don't need to kisses, you don't need to get so much stressed by that, but rather what we are supposed to do is to focus on, are these people able to pull their individual people, their individual talents? Because eventually kila mtu atakuja na talent zake and resources. So I don't think you need to be worried by that too much. For me, I will start judging opposition when they will get their one candidate, their unified candidate, president and the deputy president. That is the time when I will now start looking at missteps, what they are not doing. Right now, I cannot judge them when they are segregated, because I know at the end of the day, they will have to come together. Circumstances will bring them together. So it's not a matter of if, it is when. They will have to. So I don't think like opposition will be ignorant if they don't want to come together and form that unitary front to exterminate Ruto. It would be... But
they can come together. How about the energy? Political energy. You think like kama Gachagua hata kuwa one or two?
If you come together, the political energy is typically there. So the energy comes from the momentum, from the belief which people say, hawa watu wameshikana. Unajua kila mtu anakuja na group yake. I think for me, Gachagua will agree with the confirmation. So I don't see a place whereby Gachagua will not agree to support the confirmation, because it will be a unit of purpose. It will be a unity done by so many people. So I don't think we need to get scared if Gachagua is a presidential candidate or not. He has also oathed, he has said repeatedly that even if I don't become a candidate, and it has supported mmoja wetu. So he has given that commitment. And I think right now, people have already understood that even what Mlima, they know, there is no leverage, there is no reward we are getting by the continuous push of a Kikuyu person as a president. Already, watu wa Mlima washakataa Ruto. So, but rather, watu wa Mlima wanaweza, they can, for the first time, wanaweza kuwa ni wale watu ambao wataenda kujaza kikapu for the rejection of Ruto. So, we have now reached to that level that watu wa Mlima, whether they get president or deputy president, whichever the position they will get, the bigger objective is to get Ruto out of power. And tuseme tunataka kumtoa, because a good government is bigger than position. If you have a good president and a good deputy president, it is better for you. Mtu kama mimi, Bwana Eric, Gachagua being a president or a deputy president, it is not helpful to me. Kalonzo being a president or a deputy president, it is not helpful to me. But it can be helpful if you elect somebody who will come and exterminate some of the disastrous policies and issues which Ruto is doing. Viti sio za maana sana. Ile kitu ya maana ni kile kitu ambacho kinakuja kufanywa. And meaning that the player is not important. The play is what is important. Okay. So what we want is to play this game of politics well. And I think we have to push to the trajectory that we have to start seeing these politicians as people with the same goal. But sasa tukianzia kuona ni kama sasa huyu ndiye atakuja afanya kazi mingi kuliko huyu mwingine, there is now where we will start missing the point. So I think, Bwana Eric, your points are noted, but I think you are a bit in a rush. I think give these people some time. They unify. They help us to understand who is their candidate. They help us to understand how they will raise the resources. And I think from there, we should be able now to see that big picture. We should be able to see that emancipation of Kenya from the uncles of Ruto, and we can actually rescue Kenya. But I would not start by getting worried now, because najua ya kwamba safari njema inajulikana asubuhi, and it takes time to build coalitions. Coalitions are one of the most dangerous and deadly work politicians can do. It involves a lot of sacrifice. It involves a lot of giving in and giving take, a lot of forgiveness. So coalition building is not easy. That acceptance, kusema ni huyu, is not easy. You know, we have gone through the same cycle again with Raila Odinga. Settling on Raila Odinga has never been easy. Ulikuwa unakuta kuna watu wanakasirika wanasema ni huyu tena. But after kuangalia the big picture we have, tunasema ni huyu tu, itabidi ni huyu. So I think, Eric, your concerns are legitimate, but I don't think your concern really show an opposition which has no starting point, or an opposition which is cracked. I think the opposition is on the pole position. It's a matter of observing them and looking at what is good for each one of them. I believe as long as they are not selfish, as long as they love Kenyans, they know what Kenyans are going through, they should be able to make a good decision. They already understand that Kenyans are suffering more than any other time in our modern history. Since 1960s, 50s, Kenyans have never suffered. So many people are dying because of in functional hospitals. Kids are not in school. Things are not working. So that's what I wanted maybe to you get it in that notion. So you come. Did you get me, Bon Eric?
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you. I don't know, like I'm up to now najaribu kufikiria watakubaliana aje. I don't know. Na pia ukiangalia the history, like unajua history pia ni muhimu.
When it comes to a level of matter of life and death, watakubaliana. It is you either hang separately and die, or you hang together and survive. So that is it boils down to that. Hapa ati hakuna story ati I'm better than this one. It's a and in this life people compromise. You saa zingine inafika unasema kwa because Saitoti used this statement. I think it's also used in American politics. It comes a time when the country becomes bigger than an individual. I think that was a famous statement by Saitoti, right?
Yes.
It comes a time when the nation becomes bigger than an individual. And Americans also say it this way. It comes a time when the nation comes before anyone else. It is still the same way, the same confirmation, the same speech. So we have to push hard. We have to push hard. Sijui nani anasema witchcraft yourself. Okay. Let me see what they were saying kwa comments. Umerudi Mzito? Acacia, wacha sasa Gachagua alime huyu wa Troy from Hilltop atarol mpaka Washington DC. Religious psychosis is real. Seeing demons and reading God's mind. Acacia, kuna perfect wa God hapa. Discussion ya leo sielewi, lakini maybe nitaelezewa kwa email. I'm a bit off. Mbona unacheka bwana Eric? I'm not understanding. Maybe nitaandikwa email niamue njiro tulikuwa tunasema hivi. Acacia, usikatae kunifanya ni think. And by the way, the World Cup is starting. The World Cup is starting in 1 week's time. The odds are saying France might win. Many predictors, that is what I'm saying. They are saying, I don't know. Today there was a friendly match between Denmark and another country, and one player collapsed. I hope he has not died. Usually players collapse and they die. Like African players, there's a time when African players collapse in the field in Wakakufa. I remember there was a guy from either Senegal or Ivory Coast who collapsed in the field in Akakufa. So
huyo anaitwa Eriksen. It's not the first time. Kuna time mwingine pia was
anaitwa Eriksen. Yeah, I think Eriksen mimi naona akiendelea na mpira he will die. Yeah, he will die. So I think ni kama mpira imekataa, maybe is Brad is pumping too much, because hiyo kucollapse mara ya pili sasa na hiyo kucollapse feto, unajua ile ana collapse mpaka mpira inaisha. I think medics should also, medics, his wife, his relatives, they should now tell him is now at an age of 32 in football you can retire. You know, that one is not a bad age. At least he has seen his sunset years in football. Football, most of them, they become internationals at 18. So 18 and 32, that is 14 years. 14 years, bwana. Kama hajauda pesa, bwana, aende bwana. At one time, he was in Manchester United, right?
He was in Tottenham, then Manchester United.
Yeah. Best ameunda pesa bwana. Kama Lamine Yamal nimesikia siku hizi ana his market value is 200 million. Lamine Yamal 200 million. Erling Haaland 200 million. Bampe 180 million.
You know the value to come with the age.
No, your value reduces with the time.
Yeah, with the time. That's why I'm saying the reason why
in the football, when you are very young and rido, kama Lamine Yamal sasa. Lamine Yamal, because he is 18, he is now akona nini, pesa yake iko kwa roof. Because of that time the club inaona longevity. They see longevity.
Yeah.
This boy will be with us for 10, 15 years. So the club sees longevity. And then they don't want any person to scout on you. When you are 18 years and you are lethal, so your price goes very high. Then ukifika 27, 28, unafika sasa king. So bei yako inaanzia kushuka. Why? Because when you are 27 years, hata nikikununua, I know I cannot have you like for 10 years without you like. So that's what happens in football. Your prime is between 18 and 29. So 18 and 29. Hata Ronaldo ndiye anatushtua sana. He is still in his Ronaldo bado anaunda pesa at 40. Ronaldo is actually older than me.
You know, for Cristiano and Messi, for them they are big. Like any team they go, they bring value first.
Yeah, but you can imagine Ronaldo being at the World Cup at an age of 40. He's in the World Cup at an age of 40. It's not a joke. Yeah, mchezaji mpira 40 years, huyo ni babu. Goalkeeper is up because like I remember the other World Cup, there was a time when Buffon was in the World Cup akiwa 41 years. Mostly goalkeepers ndio wanaendanga kwa football akiwa na miaka mingi sana. Mostly ni 44. So you rarely see somebody who is beyond 44 years. So, but now Ronaldo at close to 40, 41, and he is a striker. It speaks volume. Sijui kama Messi amekuja pia.
Ako.
Messi ako. So Messi is born 86. So 86 and so Messi is also close to 40. Hey! Squeeze watu wanacheza mpira na 40.
I think watacheza even more for them, but unaona like don't niona Cristiano akisema ni World Cup ya mwisho, but watu husema hivyo. Unajua, do you know something? Before 20 Argentina ilichukua 2022. Before 2022,
yeah, 22.
Messi alikuwa ameretire from international football. And then
it was look frustration. Unajua ile yani like because of losing so many cups, he lost hii yao ya hapa South America. Inaitwa CONMEBOL, something like CONMEBOL.
Yeah, so akarudi na akawin. Like that, hiyo actually ilikuwa kitu moja yenye ilifanya that time apewe like the best player.
Yeah, of course, no, Messi it was frustration. Something you might get because unajua Messi hakuna kitu yako amejaribu kwa hii maisha. Unajaribu vitu zinakataa kuingiana. So now Messi, what he said, alisema 2022 he is going to do his last shot. He had retired, but the country said we are still not done with you. Itabidi urudi tu. So akaambiwa ukuje, akapewa flag, akaambiwa wewe ndio utatuongoza. he was very frustrated. Then akaambia team yao, we are going for the World Cup. If we don't make it, I'm retiring for good. Then incidentally Mungu akawapea hiyo nafasi wakashinda kikombe. Then sasa after wameshinda kikombe, sasa ndio ameweza pia kupata momentum ya kufanya hii ya 2026. But if they failed in 2022, Messi would now be retired. So his momentum was energized by them winning the cup in 22. You understand?
Yeah.
So kuna ile saa zingine like you might you get renewed because something has happened. Yeah, but from the odds, it looks like France is having very serious people. Yeah, especially some of the top players who we are expecting to watch. Kuna kijana anaitwa Michael Olise. Naweza waonesha tu kidogo. He is deemed heir apparent wa Zinedine Zidane.
They have very good players. They have Osman Dembele. Scott Duo ama ito nani pia huyo PSG Mbappe. They are very good players. Their squad is very good, like from
so
defense.
The boy who we are
striking.
watching is this one. Wacha niwaoneshe kidogo, nitawarudisha pesa. Wacha tu niwaoneshe.
But
The boy we are watching.
do you know they lost against Ivory Coast?
Wachana na hiyo. Nini friendly, wachana na friendly. This team, they don't bring their best. Friendly is obscure. Friendly should not obscure you. There's a boy we are looking at. He is called Michael Olise. Ako na footwork mzuri sana. So we are looking at this Michael Olise. Then kuna vile England jainiingia. I don't know. England.
Oh no.
Nani
wanafika final.
England nani mnoma?
They have a good team, but it's a young team. So I think wanakusanga that experience. Kuna experience wanakusanga ya kufinish. Sasa unakuta wanafika hata this time maybe watafika final ama semi final. But kuna experience wanakosanga.
No, but sasa they now have Saka. Wako na Saka, who was very good in Arsenal.
Do you know why? Do you know why hawakushinda hii cup? Is the same kama Arsenal UEFA Champions League. Kuna experience walikuwa nakosa.
No, Arsenal hakuna experience walikosa. Arsenal was robbed. Arsenal was supposed to win the Champions League, but they were robbed. I think for me, I don't trust the officiating of these teams, and it is coming to also to make me believe that saa zingine tunaweza fikiria wazungu they are not corrupt, and they are equally corrupt. The coach, not the coach, the guy who handled the Arsenal versus PSG match, he was very biased, and there were 2 or 3 clear penalties for Arsenal, and he literally never called them. I think
I know nasema ya Madueke. No.
It was not a penalty.
No, it wasn't.
There was also another one.
I know sometimes naona huwa inapewa lakini hata kipeano inakuwa very debatable. This is a final. Hii ni final.
No, but PSG were also given a penalty as well. So why are you giving PSG a penalty, and there is also a clear penalty for Arsenal, and you're not giving them? So if you are saying you don't want to call penalty, then there's no any team which should benefit from a penalty. In that scale, I would agree. But why is PSG benefiting from a penalty and we don't want Arsenal to benefit from a penalty? Because unajua, penalty is a game of probability. It can or it is not. And the penalties are based on judgment, human judgment. You are trying to look at how that person was alisukumwa namna gani nini. I understand. But why are we giving PSG a penalty and we don't want to give Arsenal a penalty? That is my question.
Hapana, hazikuwa the same hizo nini. Hii like hiyo Madueke like was alikuwa amejaribu but haikuwa penalty in all the angles. in all the
Is it a
angles.
foul or not?
It wasn't. It wasn't like Haikuina deserved the penalty, like Champions League final penalty. Come on, the Premier League, yeah.
No, I don't like that. I don't like that. You cannot be saying that the. No, it's not about me. By the way, in fact, I don't support any team. I don't want heartaches. Mimi si supporting team yote because I'm a bad lover. So mimi sitaki nikuje nipende Arsenal hapa alafu niingie kwa depression. Ama nianzie kupenda Chelsea alafu niingie kwa depression because I'm a bad lover. Mimi ni yule mtu ambaye anapenda na roho na macho na miguu na kila kitu. So that is why I said I will never support football. I will never support football because mimi sitaki historia ya kutingiza vichwa sijui ama sasa niko pahali naona game na nimejishika hivi or I'm sweating I'm somewhere I'm sweating. I don't want that stupidity. So mimi
ukiangalia nini the journey ya PSG they deserve hasa the kwanza walipitia kajia rahisi to get to the final, like walitoa nani.
No, Arsenal defeated Atletico Madrid. What do you mean?
That's a small team. It's number ngapi in Huwezi compare kama nini ilitoa Real Madrid ikatoa Bayern.
PSG eliminated Chelsea, they eliminated Liverpool, they eliminated Bayern, right? Yeah. Anyway,
PSG, they deserve
for the World Cup. You see, even like for the World Cup, I'm not supporting any team because me staki stress. Mimi sitaki kubeba stress na mgongo. Ati sasa nianzie kusema mimi ni wa France, mimi ni wa Brazil. Hiyo mashida sitaki. Mimi ukigongwa umegongwa. I don't care.
That's how I watch. Actually, the first time kushikwa nilishikangwa juu ya ball. Sitaisahau.
Kushikwa wapi?
Si Kenya those time. Hizo masiku.
Umeenda kuona ball. You see, I remember like for me, unajua, I started watching the World Cup for so long. You know, for me, I started watching World Cup as far as 2006. I remember 2006 to and that's the time when now DSTV has become very popular. So that's the time when we usually wanted to go and watch TV in a big screen. Yeah, we used to go and watch in a small town called Muzegeine somewhere. A town called Muzegeine. That's where we used to go. Hey, DSTV was popular, man. Tunaenda hapo. So that was the time when I remember. That was the time when sijui kama like maybe I don't know your age, but there was a game between Portugal and the Netherlands. Game walipigana sana. Like it was Portugal and the Netherlands. I think it was either second round or quarterfinals. Cristiano Ronaldo is playing that game, a very young boy that time. And Wayne Rooney is also playing for England, a very young boy at that time. Wamecheza game, alafu sasa game tu imekuwa tu rough tu. Then refa akapeana 13 yellow cards. I think it was one of the, I think it broke the Guinness Book of Record. It is one of the game ile ambayo ilipeana my yellow card. That's why I still remember it up to today. Then kuna jamaa alikuwa anaitwa Van der Vaart. Somebody Van der Vaart or who? Van der Vaart, something like that.
Van der Vaart.
Akapewa red card. Then kuna mwingine akapewa red card tena. Then incidentally there was a guy called Mancini, who scored the only goal for the day. And that is how England was eliminated. I think England has been having very serious unlucky moments in football. Every time you think England inaenda kushinda kikombe wanangolewa. Every time you think England inaenda kushinda kikombe wanangolewa. I don't know, I think Euro wamefika sijui finals mara mbili wamengolewa. World Cup wamefika semifinals wamengolewa. And I think pia still, because for me I think the reason why England is unable to perform, it is because wako na kiburi mingi juu ya mastaa pia. But I think England wako na kiburi mingi. I think that's why they are not able to make it, because wako na hiyo attitude. Even as far as the time of akina David Beckham, England ijaanzia kukuwa na mastaa sahi. You can remember there was a time when they used to have David Beckham, David Beckham, they have David Beckham, wako na ule jamaa wa Liverpool, kulikuwa na jamaa wa Liverpool mnoma sana. I'm forgetting him. Kulikuwa na jamaa wa Liverpool mnoma sana. Then there was Joe Cole, yule wa
Steven Gerrard.
Wako na Steven Gerrard na wako na Lampard. You can imagine all that.
Hawa walikuwa watu wa kushoot.
Hawa watu wote.
Hiyo midfield yao ilikuwa ya kushoot mpira.
Nyumba wako na Ferdinand, magolkeeper wako na wale wa Premier League wanoma. Yaani tu ukiona tu timu ya England tu hivi ilikuwa inakaa kutisha. And imagine for so long, 2006, 2010, 2014, they couldn't go even past. They couldn't go past quarterfinals. They couldn't go past quarterfinals. And ulikuwa unashindwa hii England shida yake ni nini? What is wrong with this England? So I don't know if they still have a very big thing to do. But one thing which I know is that pia kwa hii World Cup pia teams zingine ambazo tusiandarate. Unaona hizi timu za Afrika tusiandarate. Unajua right now Africa iko na timu 10. Be also very careful with those African teams. Usishtukie ukisikia timu ya Afrika imefika semifinals tena. African teams, because unaona kitu nimekuja kurealize about African teams at the moment, kuna vile like Waafrika wakikutana na timu kama ya France, wanakutana wanaona wachezaji wote ni Waafrika, kuna vile tu wanalala wanasema hii tutagonga hii. But there is usually a problem timu ya Afrika ikikutana na Portugal. Then sasa unajua sasa hiyo timu ya Portugal kila mtu ni mzungu hapo. The only black guys ni kama huyu jamaa wa PSG, huyu back wa PSG anaitwa aje? This guy wa PSG huyu
Nuno Mendes.
Mendes,
Nuno
only
Mendes.
Mendes tu. So unakuta like ukikutana na Portugal, the only black guy ni Nuno Mendes peke yake. Kuna vile sasa like timu ya Africa ina panic. I don't know. Like usually, and it is something which I've followed. Teams that even when the Senegal is beating France in 2-2, neither to Senegal wanasema si ni wale wetu hawa tutagonga hawa, lakini timu ya Kiafrika ikikutana na timu iko all white, kuna vile inalemewa. Go and look at when African teams zinakutana na matimu kama, and sometimes those teams are not good, zinakutana na matimu kama Switzerland, Finland, Denmark, Sweden, kuna vile wanalemewa. But wait until timu ya Afrika ikikutana na Brazil, wanaigonga. The other time Cameroon waligonga Brazil 1-0 na ile bao ya yule jamaa. You can imagine Cameroon inagonga Brazil because wakiangalia hapo kuna watu weusi kama 7. So kuna ile like and sometimes these black guys could be even more effective than these other white guys. But unakuta tu kuna ile tu like hii team ya France, especially like right now where like you meet like because you see like the French team when they decided to have black people after 1980. So ndio sasa walianzia kusema sasa they want to start now having black people. It was a black people project in their football game. So after 1980 wakaanzia kuleta tu Afrika one after the other one. Then wakaanzia kuona ni kama hao Afrika wameanzia kukua effective because immediately when France has introduced black people in football and France is introducing black people in football after seeing success of Brazil, because already that time Brazil has been having some few black people who are already very successful. There is Pere, who is now retired. Unaelewa sasa, that time Pere has succeeded. He was a wonderful player. Hey, wazungu wakaanzia kuona kumbe hao Afrika kuna vile like if you start bringing them in your team will become very competitive. So that's why now sasa France ilikuja sasa wakakuwa na hii silent policy of wanting all their players to be black people. So it reaches right now kama sahi kutoka goalkeeper wa France who is called somebody like ni Magrin. Sahi France inaweza weka wachezaji 11 na wasikuwe na mzungu. Sahi as we speak Like France can have an all-black team in World Cup. They can have a all-black team. Unakuta kutoka goalkeeper mpaka number 11. Kila mtu ni mweusi. France can do it. Saa zingine hadi unaona timu ya France hivi. Saa zingine unaona mchezo na wazungu. Unajaribu unaona timu ya timu ya France hivi unasikia mtu akiuliza like other white nations wanashtukanga sana. They don't understand how France everybody is black who is representing them, like ni kitu inashtua wazungu sana, but other nations are also falling into it. England, close to 50% of their representation these days ni weusi. Hata England wako na weusi sana, hata Portugal sahi, hata Spain sahi na weusi watatu kujaribu. Na unajua those are some of the most racist nations in the world. Sahi Spain watakuwa na Lamine Yamal, a black guy. So watakuwa na Lamine Yamal, and then so there will be Lamine Yamal,
kuna Williams,
kijana mwingine
Williams.
But at least I know Spain, which is a more racist country, wako na watu weusi watatu
na Traore. Adama Traore.
Oh, there is Adama Traore in Spain, eh? So you can see already Spain iko na watu, and it was rare to see black people in Spain. Yeah, France you cannot talk about anything. Hata Switzerland sasa wako nayo. Wako na watu weusi. Switzerland wako na watu weusi, I think 2-3. Austria, they are black guys.
Sweden is a sack. And most of them are very
hata Australia wako na jamaa mwingine South Sudanese hapo anafanya mambo mbaya sana. You can see Brazil has a very many black, so you can see like watu weusi ndio they are everywhere. Watu weusi ndio wako, so ndio utakuta like in Europe there will be black people, in Africa black people will be representing, I think the only place where black people will not be present is Asia. I think Asia is where there's no black, so you maybe teams kama North Korea.
North Korea inaenda World Cup.
I don't know if this time around North Korea iko, but I know Japan, that one you not meet a black person. South Korea, you not meet a black person. So those are at least the teams which I know you rarely meet a black person.
Unajua hata kama nchi kama
unaona hapa South America
kama Vietnam ungedhani inakuwa naye siku hizi anaitwa Nguyen kutoka Brazil, mweusi.
Vietnam wako na mweusi
sahi.
No, but unajua sahi pia unajua as a black person, because sometimes it is very competitive. Is very competitive. Watu weusi wanaenda kwa timu zingine, so unajua like you are Brazilian, ujaitwa kwa squad, si unaenda si unaenda saini kuuliza, as long as that country will be going for the World Cup. Kama sahi if you are a Brazilian na you go in any European team, you think they will not take you? They used to take so many. Kama Deco was a Brazilian and he used to play for Portugal. There's a guy who used to be called Deco. Then kulikuwa na mwingine alikuwa anaitwa Pepe. Kama unakumbuka Pepe, huyu wa Real Madrid. Pepe used to he was a Brazilian, he played for Portugal. So there are also some other Portuguese who played for Italy as well. They were Portuguese. Then there was also another Egyptian. He used to be called El Shaarawy. El Shaarawy used to play for Egypt. No, he came from Egypt, but he ended up playing for Italy. Zinedine Zidane, Algeria, he plays. That is Zinedine Zidane and Karim Benzema. Algeria, they went to play for France. There are also some other guys from Congo, like Kamavinga. Kamavinga is from Congo. Kamavinga, yeah, I know. Yeah, Kamavinga is one who I know is from Congo. There is also another one. So you can see that migration. Also, there are also some who are also coming from Angola. There are also some guys from Angola. I'm hearing they're also playing in Belgium.
You have to give credit to Ghana president because amefanya wengi wa convert.
Yeah, what I saw about the Ghana president is that he is also giving Black Americans visas. That one I saw. Sijui kama uliona hiyo?
Yeah, so ndio nasema ameconvert wachezaji walikuwa wachezee nini wakakuja kuchezea sasa Ghana sasa. Because you know also your value goes up.
I saw that I saw. While sisi wa Kenya unajua tumeshindwa na kufanya mambo kama hiyo. We couldn't even convince Divock Origi.
Yeah.
Ama Divock Origi angeweza kutuchezea because sisi hatuendi World Cup. But anyway, I understand. Sasa saa zingine utachezea Kenya aje na pia Kenya is not even playing for the World Cup. But if people like akina Divock Origi, they could come and play in the group stages when we are qualifying, maybe it would also increase our odds for us to qualify for the World Cup, because at that time we will have better players than our kusukumiria sukuma twende. Maybe at that time we could have better people who will play for us, because kama sasa nimesikia sasa hakuwezi kosa Wakenya waine wanacheza ligi mzuri bara Ulaya. I've heard there are like 4 or 5 Kenyans who are playing in Europe. But
lakini sometimes local talent sometimes iwe ina match vizuri in Kenya. I think we need to start building from there. That's how hii cup yenye tulikuwa tunacheza ya CHAN tupata mtu kama Ogam. I think Ogam right now is a better striker than Orunga.
Even in Orunga should be retiring. Orunga is now very old.
Not very old. You know, he brings some experience. He shouldn't retire.
No, you see, the problem of Kenya is that we have also coupled everything with corruption. There are still better players. Our system is not able to bring them on ball. Kuna watu wako pahali. You know, I was speaking with a Karijin. Unajua Wakare wanakimbia sana. Nilikuwa nikiongea na Mkare mwingine, kuna Mkare alikuwa ananiambia, nyinyi mnazamanga ati Kipchoge ndio ukimbia Kenya. Hawa watu wakuje huku chini kwa vijiji. Ni vile wakute tu vijana wanakimbia vibaya sana na hata hakuna mtu anawajua. When I started seeing now people like akina Sebastian Sawe, who actually came and beat ile record Kipchoge alijaribu kubita akashindwa, and Kipchoge ikabidi akuwe na ile
kulikuwa na ule mwingine pia alikufa.
Kiptum.
Kiptum, yeah.
And I can tell you there are still better people than Kiptum and Sawe.
Yeah.
Down there, and ile saa zingine we are unable to reach them. So Vanessa anasema yes, but you don't have a chance if you are not Luo playing football. So I think kuna vile like Kenya, kuna vile like we have decided to single line like at football is only for Luo and Luya community in Kenya. I don't sijui nani alisema hao ndio
kama ningepata good infrastructure mimi nilipenda mpira sana. Like kutoka tangu nikiwa mdogo.
Sasa infrastructure ama si wamekujengea Talanta Stadium sahi ama miaka imepita.
Okay, unaona sasa hiyo Talanta unaona kama kwenye niko sahi. Mimi ningeuliza hizo unaona hizo pesa zinazotumika kujenga Talanta kama ningekuwa nataka kusaidia like sports, if it's me. Kulikuwa na hizi pitches zenye you just carpet and then you put like a net. Huwa zinajengwa venye unazijengwa away from the like the towns, the towns. Ile place inakaa kama haija develop sana venye kama huko kwenye niko sasa wanafanyanga. Wamejenga mingi like in every.
Okay, ni sawa Eric, I understand that. But how do you succeed in football na hata Kenya ina ma academy? We need resourced academies like football is about academies.
Na sisi nakwambia
unaanzia kuweka watoto wa miaka 3 hapo. So how do you want to tell me that you want people to be competitive in football? Alafu na mtu anaanzia kucheza mpira like the way we used to do it in schools. Sijui kama Stone PK your generation ilikuanga hivyo. Ati during my generation ati kukichaguliwa wale watu wataenda kurepresent shule in primary school, mpira inawekelewa hapo, ati kunaambia hebu gonga tuone, gonga liga, usione mabaki. So can you comment about how people used to be chosen to kwenda kurepresent shule? Si jamaa alikuwa anaambiwa kiki mpira, aonekane anaweza kika aje. Ukikiki mpira alafu unaonekana umekiki vizuri, wanasema wewe ni mchezaji. That's how they used to choose people as players. Stone, are you there?
Yeah, I'm there, Njiru.
So Stone, hebu nikuulize, wakati wenyu mlikuwa mnachagua wachezaji aje wa football wa kurepresent ile ka primary school iko hapo kwenyu Kabalok?
No, unajua mimi ni Bond City. Sasa Nairobi tulikuwa tunacheza ile tu league kabisa, primary school nini. Mtaani pia tulikuwa na being born in town in Nairobi tulikuwa na all facilities. By the way,
I get Kijajiro anasema kwetu wako na choose like the defender, like they check mwenye kona defensive skill, like even those like kila mtu akaingia hapo ni mwenye anajua kushoot vizuri, hata defender.
Yeah. Sisi tulikuwa tunawekelewa mpira hapo katikati ya uwanja tu, unaambiwa gonga. Go ahead, Stone.
Yeah, of course. Now when it comes to, of course, ile kupiga, shoot ball, sasa walikuwa wanachukua whoever has the strong kicks. Tulikuwa tunaziita double. Ule mtu ana double ndio kabisa, hata kama hujui kuchenga ni bora tu mpira ukipata unapiga ile noma. Tulikuwa tunaita double. Kama unapiga double unakuwa. All right, so that's how it was.
And but, that has been the concept which has been taken over generation to generation.
Yeah, but then now
coming back sasa huyo ndio jamaa unataka aende akacheza na Lamine Yamal.
Well, yeah. But coming to what you guys are discussing about misplaced investment. Unajua, how do you grow? You could be having a very good dream, but how to achieve it? The pathway is where you go wrong. Now, you don't make the best football people by having the best stadium in Nairobi City when you have other 47 counties that are not nurturing those who will be able to progress to play in that field. What do I mean? I'd rather invest that money. You invest kwa hiyo talanta. I would have invested it in mashinani so that I have academies at village level. Football, in each village you have one. Unachukua shule moja unaifanya center of excellence. Soccer, kila kitu. One school unaidevelop purposely. Because in every village, for example, and when I talk village, munaelewa village za kinyumbani Kenya, you are talking of I think it's a sub location, you know. So as unani interrupt sasa, okay. Huyu jamaa alikuwa analeta only that he had no idea what it is all about.
Yes, don't became a speak Kenya nilikuwa nataka kusema. Because like kwenye niliobserve hivyo ndivyo wanafanya. It's just like a pitch. Asidhani anaweza tumia pesa mingi. Ni pesa kidogo sana. Hata hizi sijui unaenda unajenga sijui kama stadium yenye tu iko kama yenye ilikuwa sijui uko Wajia. Unaona kama wangeweka kama hiyo, hii imetumia pesa mob. Hiyo ni kitu that improve talent, that is just like a pitch peke yake. But ni place poa ya kuchezea. Very nice.
Yeah, place poa ya kuchezea, kuna bathroom, kuna nini, kuna class za kufanyia theory. That money could have supported all the 47 counties. Ruto
hata si county peke yake. Hata si county peke yake. Kwa kila, and do you know, unaona wakiweka vitu kama hizo, it's easy ku identify sasa talent. Juu siku hizi kuna social media si kama zamani.
Nakwambia bwana, in Kenya we have a long way to go when it comes to football, because number one, tunipike miki kitu moja naweza kuambia, kama mtoto sio wako ati ana succeed, kuna vile like they don't want to support it. But assume they were the boys of politicians who are the ones who are succeeding in this politics, you know, in this football. You want to tell me that they will not support it? They don't want to support it sababu ni watoto wa raia wa kawaida. That's why they wanaona sasa
au hata itatusaidia na nini? Because sio mtoto wako directly anafanya hii. Look like for example, there is a country called Brunei. Brunei, there was a time when the son of the president of that country was a footballer. I was hearing your team ingeenda to international meeting peke yake. Every country they used to go, they used to be given VIP arrival. Players wanapewa game allowance ya over $10,000. Like, and why is the president doing that? Sababu hata kijana yake yako kwa hiyo team. So these are things which happen. And so like ukiangalia historia nepotism, tribalism, hii maneno ya like this fights, they are the ones which have made our teams not to grow. Juu kama saa hii timu kama akina Gor Mahia saa hii, Gor Mahia, AFC Leopards, hizo zote akina Shabana, ile miaka hizo teams zimeexist, they should now be producing historic players. We should now be hearing of people who are playing for serious league. Ama si hata hivyo, like we build, because like that is what like Europe has done. Si ati Europe ni miujizo wako nayo, ni the rich men in Europe, they have bought those teams and revampirized them. But when it comes to Kenya, why can't rich people buy teams kama akina Gor Mahia and they invest properly? Kama saa hii, if you know, badala hii pesa inapotea ovyo ovyo, unakuja unasema nanunua Gor Mahia, then ukinunua Gor Mahia ara sasa unasema because like in Europe players are paid per week, like wanalipwa like unasikia mtu analipwa like $40,000 per week dollars. Wewe nunua Gor Mahia hata tu wasilipwe pesa mingi, lipa player Kenya 1 million per week. Uniambie how many talents are we going to attract all over Africa and even in Europe? I'm double sure kuna jamaa anaweza toka Kazakhstan, anaweza toka Russia, anaweza toka Finland, akuwa amekuja kulipwa mshahara ya 1 million per week in Kenya. Ama Eric, hatuwezi pata, because you need those foreign talents to come and work with your local talents to give them a challenge. After president kama England, that the reason why England and Italy and Spain, they are successful, it is because there is a lot of foreign presence, Watu wanakuja wengi in draws from other countries. People are coming from Brazil. Like for instance, I had like Brazil ndio ile country kwa dunia ina produce very many football talents. I had like in the Premier League, that is the Premier League, Champions League, not Champions League, Championship, hiyo league zote za England mpaka League 6. I heard that there was a time when Brazil was having 200 players in England alone. And in the whole of Europe, there was a time when Brazil was having 1,000 players. Question.
So, Jiro, wakati nasema hivyo like Kenya wanini, so hiyo inakuambia nini? Si lazima, how many wachezaji wangapi wameenda kujoin ligi ya Brazil? So uwezi sema ati Kenya sijui tukuje tulete wachezaji ndio nini. Kwa ligi ya Brazil iko na wachezaji kidogo sana kutoka nini. So wao wamebuild the talent.
Because why are Spaniards not moving away from Spain? Why are Spaniards not moving away from Spain and they are in their country and developing their leagues there? Mbona Lamine Yamal atoki Spain? Mbona Lamine Yamal aende Morocco kuchezea Morocco? Casablanca ya Morocco. Why is Lamine Yamal not going to Morocco or to El Ahly of Egypt?
Okay, see, number one ni pesa. Pesa.
Not pesa alone, even the legacy of that team. So,
yeah.
Status ya Lamine Yamal aichezea Casablanca. Already iko down. For him, he needs a place already with history. You understand? So anyway, kuna level lazima ufike so that you can be able to attract specific talent. And those talents ni watu wengine wanakusaidia kuzijenga. watu wengine ndio wanakusaidia kujenga hizo vitu. So if you import a lot of talent, I can tell you watu watakusaidia kufika. Let me tell you, if today like in Kenya, Gor Mahia, Sofapaka, Shabana, all those ones, if like Gor Mahia has like 10 foreigners, Sofapaka iko na sijui how many foreigners, utaanzia kuona hata hiyo ligi ikianzia kukua serious, because you need to pay these people wages na vitu zingine. But say even these people, you don't pay them wages. I'm not sure if kama hata mchezaji wa Gor Mahia analipwa mshahara wa 1,100 per month. I'm not sure. I would like to know salary ya mchezaji wa Gor Mahia per month ni pesa ngapi? I would be interested to know. Wanalipwa pesa ngapi per month mchezaji wa Gor Mahia? Ama amefikishiwa 1,100? I would want to know. And yet they have sponsors na watu wengine. I'm double sure. Then those sponsors are not serious. Even players. Let me tell you, pesa ndio mkata mlima. Let me tell you, if today mchezaji wa Gor Mahia alipwe 10 million, huyu jamaa atacheza mpira hapo mpaka mshangae. Anaweka passion yote hapo. Money is everything. So
during our time,
pesa tu inajenga tu mabungaro za wezi, but we cannot put money where young people can get it. In sport is a place where young people can get that money. Go ahead.
So that's when nasema like for now Kenya hatuwezi sema tu import tukuje tuwalipe pesa mingi. The advantage ya hiyo inaletanga tu publicity kama ile ya ni Saudi venye walileta publicity poa through Cristiano and other players work.
Wanapata publicity, but pia Saudi Arabia they have been perennially been World Cup, and at one time they even defeated Argentina. Unajua Saudi Arabia walishinda Argentina one time in World Cup.
Yeah, Ruto.
Yeah, walishinda. Do you think team kufika level ya kushinda Argentina si pesa joke?
Yeah, they walishinda, but niliwatching hiyo game. Did they deserve? They won.
So unataka kusema Argentina waliachilia?
I mean, niliwatch like small offside. Walikuwa wamefunga Argentina, walikuwa wamefunga two goals zenye zilikuwa na minimal offside. But anyway, they won. Unajua kuna that winning yenye, but there is winning.
Yeah, it's not easy.
So for now, mimi nilikuwa nasema in Kenya, unaona kama kwenye niko kuna kitu moja niliobservingi, like hizo to pitch like unaona in every like huko najua juu kwenye niko anywhere there is a school, like their model venye nionanga, anywhere there is a school kuna that kind of a pitch, okay, kuna a hospital just nearby penye tu next to, na kuna pia police station, like that's how ama kama si police station na police post, because at the end hizi vitu zote zinafuata nini, inafuata money inafuata money go with people with the numbers, unaona most of the time. So wachezaji kama for example kama Talanta hii itakuwa ina hold event kidogo sana, na hizi pesa zinatumika hapa zikijenga pitches kwa kila ward, those kind of pitches, kila ward ingekuwa na kapitch yenye watu wameboeka, they wanaenda hapo kucheza. Wakienda kucheza, kama kuna place nyingine tulikuwa tumeenda nikakuta hii place is a full business, ni place yenye haina any building, but kuna that pitch, so every day kuna wachezaji wengi wanaenda kucheza hapo, and then kuna biashara kidogo inafanyika hapo, ina place yenye Western kunaweza kuwa na any business yenye inafanyika anytime, but that time ikifika time ya kucheza every day jioni, kuna watu wanaenda kuuza vitu hapo. Unaona ina way pia inaleta economy, pia ina build within the nini hiyo place. You get Kenya najaribu kusema.
Sawa, Eriko, we can leave that story so that tusibo watu sana. Naona Akeshi hataki hiyo maneno. wacha nisimharibu. Wacha turudi shule musikie vile PS anaongea hapa.
Now, Basic Education Principal Secretary Professor Julius Bitok is now calling on head teachers to negotiate with their students when it comes to examinations in a bid to resolve the current increase in schools unrest across the country. In a statement depicting government's inability to contain the growing indiscipline in schools, PS Bitok says there is no need to force students to sit for examinations and that it is better to postpone them to avoid destruction of school facilities. Will this new approach by PS Bitok really work? And as Chris Thyro reports, the proposal is bound to spark intense debate coming from a man at loggerheads with members of parliament who have previously accused him of being incompetent.
It is 3 weeks shy before schools break for the midterm break, but the number of schools closing before then keep rising by the day. Early this week, PS for Basic Education, Professor Julius Bitok, said that the government will not break early, maintaining that over 90% of schools are operating normally. Since issuing that statement, the number of schools closing early have continued to increase. According to Bitok, head teachers ought to negotiate with their students for examinations.
We have told the principals and the teachers, don't force these students to do exams. Negotiate with them. If they are not ready and you think exam, whether it is mock, whether it is continuous assessment, kama inaleta shida, ongea na wanafunzi. Kama wako tayari, afadhali ongea nao.
The statement is bound to invite criticism that the government has failed to manage the growing indiscipline in schools. Bitok maintains that postponing exams is better option than see schools' property damaged by students or even deaths, as was the case at Tumishi Girls, where 16 girls perished in an inferno.
Afadhali shule ichomeke, afadhali kuongea na wanafunzi. Si afadhali exam ikuwe postponed. Ama namna gani? Kuliko kulazimisha.
Wewe una negotiate mambo ya education, mambo ya exam na mwanafunzi, ijaifanyika Kenya. He is the only PS. Anasema kaa chini na mwanafunzi mwambie, are you ready to exam ama tusongeshe? Kuna mtoto atakubali kufanya mtihani hapo kweli?
According to Bitok, there is need for teachers to negotiate with students and that the principals should be flexible and do away with mocks when tension in schools rise.
A whole technical person, your president, ana mislead the country kwamba unaweza kaa chini na negotiate na mtoto wa shule umwambie siku ya mtihani ni siku fulani ama tusongeshe mbele kidogo. It is not possible. Sini sheria.
Over 100 schools have closed down this term alone, raising questions about the government's handling of the issue. Some education experts had already asked the ministry to consider closing early for midterm to help cool down tension in schools. But the man running the crucial docket has failed to heed the proposal. In the recent past, PS Bitok has found himself on the receiving end with members of parliament accusing him of incompetence. Bitok was also accused of failing to heed MP's summons.
Yourself and your PS, you have the most clueless PS in the Ministry of Education. Most clueless. He only sits in Nairobi and has no idea what goes on the ground. Get out of your office in Nairobi, go to the ground, deal with the problems there.
The rising incidence of indiscipline could cause the PS more troubles if not handled well. And his statement too, calling for negotiation with students, will attract more interest. Chris Thyro, KTN, Nairobi.
Hello.
Kiora, are you there?
Yes, I'm there.
Can you react to hiyo story ya unegotiate na watoto? Kama wanataka kufanya mtihani wafanye, kama wataki mtihani wakae. React.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. Wacha nianze hivi. Njiru, when in Kenya, because we need now to run that rail. In Kenya, when did we get the most mediocre governance? Which period and by who? Hiyo nimetupa kwa comment section. In Kenya, the history ya Kenya ni miaka 62, 63, whatever. But the most mediocre things, the most, I don't want to use very harsh language, but the most idiotic, the most mediocrity that this country has seen, able to apportion. We want to apportion that. Which regimes did Kenyans go through some very, very crazy, mediocre decisions and all that? Giru, can you answer that on behalf of the comment section?
It's during Ruto regime.
No. We had 24 years of Moi.
No, but when it's about mediocre governance, mediocre
Yeah,
governance.
Moi was a mediocracy, only that Kenyans were cowards. Giru, you went through one of the most mediocre education systems. I know you are 844. It's the most stupid education system that Kenya has ever had.
Kwani imeisha sio many people are si hata akinani ni wa 844.
No, it doesn't matter. No, listen, Giru. This is where you go wrong. Just because where we end up through, you think it's good. It's the most stupid, mediocre education system that was ever introduced in that country. Because what should have, when you introduce a new thing, you do a pathway and then you provide and facilitate. Everyone would want to fly a plane. Everyone would do, so many people would want to become pilots, but you have to train people in piloting. Anybody would want to be a structural engineer, but you have to, that's why you have training, pathway. First year, this year, you become an engineer. You don't just jump from a tree and then you pronounce it on PK is an architectural engineer. This is my point I'm driving. Any education system that you introduce has to have a pathway. What do you want to, what is your objective? Because even at the university, they tell you this course, what are you supposed to be? And for you to be that, what do you go through? That's why they design different courses. Hakuna mahali na achangwa gap Njiro. I'm telling you. But when there is, let me not even go ahead before I quote Uganda, for example. How many times has Uganda changed their education system? Go there, you'll be shocked. No wonder Kenyans, very many Kenyans educate their kids in Uganda. It is unbelievable. Yet we think Uganda iko chini ya Kenya. Why? Have you ever asked yourself,
Yeah,
why?
I have so many people who have gone to Machiriri.
Yes. Why? Ask yourself why. And even university.
There was even a time when many people in Embu ulikuwa unasikia tu mtoto tu akitaka kupeleka mtoto wake ulikuwa unasikia tu makerere manegene.
Yes.
We used to call it Manegene University. Huyu anaenda Manegene. Huyu mtoto wake anasomeanga Manegene.
That university kwa Nairobi University, Nairobi ni mtoto wa Makerere. For your information, up to date, up to today, Makerere is it's unbelievable. Now, if you want to have the best nurses training, nurse, it's in Uganda, mission nursing schools. You wouldn't believe it until you go there. Now, let me come to this. Their education system, they never meddled with it. Why? Why would you jump from one system to another? It's because, as I told you earlier in our show, corruption will kill our country to death. We are today the most corrupt country in Africa, and we don't want to believe. Why would you change? If you are asked, yes, you want to change education system from this because you want people to be a bit hands-on and all that, then you don't provide. You had said the 844 system, primary school, you will have a workshop, in a wood workshop and a metal workshop in every primary school. Were they there? You could not provide, you could not manage, which was a good idea, but for stupid implementation. So when you have stupid implementation system, the best is to shelve the idea. So for me, what I would have done, The system that was there, the four system in 7 years in primary school, 4 years in secondary school, then 2 years in high school, then 3 years at the university, or 4 or 5 depending on the discipline you have taken. And then you have plenty of technical colleges, which were almost in every what you call county, and we had even village polytechnics. In every other village, we had, not every other village, but every other, I think, subdivision or whatever. We had what now they are bringing back in the name of Tibet. So what did you need, for example, when we had the teachers' colleges and all that, was to increase more diploma teacher colleges. Or, you know, and we had science teacher colleges. We had arts teacher, we had the Kagumos, we had the Kenya Science Teachers Colleges and all that. You see, then increase more universities. The most stupid thing that Kenya was doing then was that you go to university because of a cut-off mark. How ridiculous can that be? Cut off for what? Cut off for what? That the more people pass, the higher you put the cutoff. Surely, for heaven's sake, that you determine my intelligence based on the available space in Jiru. What kind of education system is that? We killed people. We killed talent. That because you got 18 points and me, I got 15 points, that you are more intelligent than me, and me, I missed to go for that course just because the seats are few. That was ridiculous. And these are the things that people or minister or the government that have come should go and review. So when you hear PS giving that kind of a stupid thing at the negotiate with that student to decide when he or she wants to do the exam, then why don't you abolish the exams altogether and say there will be no exams in your country? What was home to? I mean, you can as well do that, because how do you negotiate at sasa mtihani iwezi fanywa hii wiki ama to negotiate watu wakisema wanataka kwenda nyumbani waende.
Nikuulize Stone PK, as the PS interrogated and known that the exams are the problems. Ni mitihani iko na shida kwa hizi mashule.
That's why I'm telling you, if there is any mediocrity, mitihani si ndio shida. Iko shida ambayo they don't want to face. Ndugu yangu, shida ikianza from the presidency, the rot begins from the head. That corruption has gone even to the owners of schools, to the principals for government schools, and everywhere. I think even we've talked about this with Njeri here, and she has told you, it is so frustrating to be a teacher in Kenya today. Now, if teachers are frustrated, what do you expect the students to be? That's when I was laughing when you guys are saying, "You so and so can fix so and so, and whether we need young this, you need this." The problem in Kenya, ndugu yangu, is not si ati kuamka asubuhi na kukunywa maziwa kolo. It is something that requires in-depth. It's si kurukaruka kwa barabara na kusema hii itaenda hivi. It's a serious surgical problem that we need. Political, economical, surgical problems that we need to do for this country called Kenya. And that's why we don't need to joke around with the leaders that we want to have this time around. Because if you joke around, it will be the business as usual. How do you have... And then these things in Kenya, everybody now is a professor, is an engineer, is a doctor, is a... Kwani hizi degrees zimekuja zikakuwa cheap aje? During my time, for somebody to be called a doctor, it was not easy. Engineers, not easy. Architects are not easy. These days you pick it from every Tom, Dick, and Harry. Surely. And no wonder you have a professor. Jiro, this is where I challenge. A professor making that kind of... If you are educated, when we say somebody is highly educated, what are you supposed to portray and emit into the community? What is it that we should see in you when you are a doctor? a PhD, an engineer. What is it when you stand and talk should we see? What should be emanating from you? That you go and negotiate with a student, and for so a professor in the Ministry of Education. We are jokers. We are total jokers. It's only in Kenya where you have those kind of things. Back to you, Jiro.
Yeah, that was like astounding. But you see, mimi naona kama huyu jamaa hiyo story aliambiwa na Ruto akaambiwa ndio useme hivyo.
Hakuambiwa Ruto, hiyo ni akili yake.
Hiyo
ni akili yake, ni professor.
Then if it's a Kenyan professor thinking that way, we are doomed, man.
Msiwekelee Ruto. Ruto pia ni doctor. Mlikubali ni doctor. Na Nakarua anamuitanga doctor. Jiro, I would not call you a doctor when I don't recognize your doctor. And I recognize your doctorate by what comes out of your brain, your mouth. Because what comes out of your mouth is from your brain. I don't expect a doctor to talk about children negotiating about exams. Maybe you should have qualified by saying Kenya will adopt a system where there are no exams. They are just what we call continuous assessment tests. Yeah.
Wacha tuendelee tusikie vile Matiang'i alisema leo.
Now that's a doctor now.
Point, let's continue informing you. Now, Jubilee Party leadership has slammed President William Ruto's administration over the ongoing crisis in schools following escalating cases of student unrest. Led by former Cabinet Secretary Dr. Fred Matiang'i, who also happens to be the deputy party leader of Jubilee Party, the leaders say wastage in government and misplaced priority funding has starved schools of capitation that makes it difficult for school heads to manage the institutions. The leaders were speaking in Meru County when they attended a Sunday service at MCK Kinoru Church. Jeff Kirui with more.
As cases of student unrest continue to rock schools, Jubilee Brigade have weighed in on the matter, accusing the Kenya Kwanza administration of failing to prioritize the education sector. Led by Jubilee Deputy Party Leader Dr. Fred Matiang'i, who also served as the Education Cabinet Secretary in the last government, the leaders accused the current administration of starving the education sector by delaying school capitation, making it hard to optimally run schools.
Stop wastage, put money in the schools so that school principals have money so that they can run the schools. They can't run the schools on saliva. They need money. The capitation money should go to schools. That is a straightforward matter.
According to the opposition, the Kenya Kwanza administration has turned a blind eye and deaf ear to the plight facing key sectors in the country. In 2018, the National Assembly Committee on Education investigated widespread student riots and arson that affected over 100 public secondary schools. In the report that involved engagement with stakeholders in the education sector, the committee recommended timely and adequate disbursement of capitation.
Listen to the sector, listen to the principals, listen to parents. And most importantly, I say this from church, listen to church leaders. In Kenya, if the church or the religious communities did not invest in education, we will not have the institutions we have.
At the same time, the leaders who are in the home stretch over tour of Meru County have opposed an alleged scheme by the ruling administration to hive off part of Imenti Forest to construct a state lodge in the county.
Sikiliza wananchi vile wanasema. Don't force grad projects that are going to destroy the environment in Meru merely because you are in power. But we will stop you. Because we have right to go to court to stop any project we think will mess us up. And we are not stopping because we don't want a state house. No. We are not stopping because we don't want a golf course. No. We are telling you the place you want to place it is not the appropriate place.
In October last year, while attending a church service at AIPCA in Meru, President Ruto told residents of the county that the state lodge will facilitate his future stays and engagements with the people of the region. A move that stirred a storm as conservationists opposed the plans, challenging the state to look for land elsewhere.
And don't tell us you'll do it by force. Ati mnatuambia si shamba yetu, ni shamba yetu. Msitu ni shamba yetu, ndio inatoa maji tunakunywa, ndio inatengeneza economy yetu hapa. Kwa hivyo ni shamba yetu. Na hata wewe si shamba yako, kwani ni yako?
Tunipika hii. Umesikia hiyo kujibiana, kwani ni yako? Anyway, sometimes I like Munya anyway. I don't know why, but so Munya ameleta hiyo icing. I like it. They have talked about education there. I didn't get a more prolonged. Sijui kama ni hii. Ati kwani wewe unatuambia samba si yetu, kwani ni yako? Na anaiweka in the Kimeru accent. Unajua Kimeru accent?
Munya anaongeanga Kimeru in English.
The #1 rated business travel platform lets your team book work travel in one place. Flights, hotels, cars.
Although kwa speech ya Matiang'i leo kuna pali I didn't like it too much where he is saying that ati anataka ati we look for a multi-state approach, tuongeleshane sisi wote, ati hata Ruto tuongeleshane ndio historia ya maneno ya mashule. Ulisikia hapo Stony PK?
No, you know Matiang'i, I don't know who.
Ebu relax kidogo, ebu aongea hapo utasikia.
Nilisikia
wenzangu na wasali.
So kwa hivyo ulisikia hapo alisema
I follow, by the way, I follow these principles on one.
Lakini na hapo Matiang'i anamaanisha aje ati akisema ati hata tuketi chini na Ruto, we look now for this solution of the.
No, Matiang'i is goofing every other day. Okay? Matiang'i is goofing every other day. We are in a war. We want to remove the enemy, and we have an enemy. We don't have a friend. Ruto, if you are really ready to save Kenya, you don't call Ruto your friend. He's not. So why do you want to negotiate with Ruto? Mutakaa wapi mkiongea nini? Somebody who calls you and umenona tumbo uende gym. Jiru, you are insulted by somebody alafu unaenda unasema muende mkae chini mnegotiate nini? And that's why Matiang'i will easily lose a lot of confidence from people, because people want a fighter. That's why you see people gravitating. Okay, of course, in terms of comments and all that, people thinking that Gachagua is the best warrior, because for him he's hitting even below the belt. You can't talk about going. You are going to negotiate with Ruto about what? How would you go? Yani, these things that are happening, you are going to negotiate because you think Ruto doesn't know. You are going to negotiate about capitation going to schools, that like the way he's insisting. You think that they don't know why money is not going to school? How cheap are we? Yani hizi vitu zote zinafanyika Njiru. You want to tell me wanasema ati Ruto ajui ana need kufunzwa? How stupid can opposition be? Ati mnasimama kwa podium ku advise Ruto how he should have done things. You mean he doesn't know what is happening? He doesn't know that the money is being stolen and he's part of those who are stealing the money? Ndio saa ingine nasemanga pia wanasiasa wakiingiza diplomacy inakuwa ushenzi. I like when you call it as it is, like Gachagua, simple as that. But you don't keep on saying you're going to negotiate. Ati wakae na Ruto. Ruto alisema hawana akili, hawana nini. What is wrong with Matiang'i? Umeambiwa una akili, una agenda, then you are insisting you want to come and discuss with the same person. You are an idiot. Back to you.
Ya hiyo multi-sectoral approach ati ya kuongea I didn't understand, but what aongee tusikie.
Hamjambo.
We didn't understand it.
Nilimuuliza Mwirigi ambaye ni wewe mmesikia was my classmate, tulikuwa shule na yeye. Nikamuuliza kama mnaweza we rudisha chini kidogo, kama naweza kuongea nikiwa hapa, kwa sababu kusema tu ukweli unaweza kuwa na desturi yenu, lakini mimi bado naogopa mambo ya Mungu na mambo ya kanisa. Ile si mambo ya kuchezea namna hiyo, kwa sababu vile viongozi wa kanisa wametushauri kila wakati tuheshimu kanisa na pia tuheshimu mambo ya Mungu. And I am not castigating anyone for speaking from there, but I think sisi viongozi wa siasa sasa, we need to be more respectful of what we are told by our religious leaders. And sote tunasoma Biblia, wakati watu wamekiuka maagizo ya Mungu, wakati mwingine unachiletea kazi, hata wewe mwenyewe unaweza kupata shida. Mimi sitaki kupata shida, nataka kuongea kidogo nikiwa hapa. Kwanza nataka kuwashukuru. Nianze kwanza kwa kushukuru viongozi wa kanisa hili, especially my brother and my classmate Mwirigi. I'm very happy in a country where you have to go to court to prove that you went to school. I don't have to go to court to prove that, because Mwirigi will say we were in school together. And Cairo, I have so many classmates here ambao waliona kiwa shule. Mwingine ndio yule pale. So I am not going to go to court to defend my papers. I'm going to kuuliza judge to determine whether or not I actually went to school. Nyinyi mnakumbuka wakati nilikuwa Minister for Education, nilipambana na ushenzi huu wa kuharibu elimu ya watoto wetu na kuharibu masomo na shule zetu. Sababu watu wanafanya ukora, kwa sababu kama ulienda shule hakuna haja ya kwenda kotini kuambia watu wa koti tuwaseme kama ulienda shule ama hukuenda. How does a judge know that you went to school? Anyway, leo ni kutoa shukrani. Ndugu yangu Peter Munya vile amezungumza hapa, ni rafiki yangu. Tumekuwa pamoja kwa serikali, na wale viongozi mko hapa, hata MCAs, Your Excellency Deputy Governor, tunakuheshimu because sisi hatuna shida na mtu, because as it is in life, if you respect others, that respect also comes to you. Sisi tunawaheshimu, na kwa sababu Mwenyezi Mungu ameamua wakati huu nyinyi ndio mko na nafasi ya kutumikia watu wetu. Na tukisema yale tunasema, hatusemi kwa sababu ya chuki. Sisi tunatoa tu maoni vile tunaona tukiwa nje. Hata kama uchezi mpira kule ndani mahali ya Arsenal inacheza, unaweza kusema that if Saka was there, he would have scored. Na hujasema makosa, nasema tu umeona ukiwa nje. So thank you so much for the opportunity, na viongozi wa kanisa kutukubali kuja hapa, na wale viongozi wote ambao mmekuja hapa ambao siwezi kutaja. Wale viongozi tulikuja nao, tafadhali msimame. Wale wageni mmekuja na mimi, msimame muonekane. Alafu msisimame tu. Kikapu kikuja hapa nitawahitaji. Kwa hivyo mjue kwamba asante sana ketini. I will not break the protocol, Mwirigi, as you told us. No one is going to speak after this. I'm accompanied by the Secretary General of Jubilee, Wakili Moitarero Kenta from Narok. I'm accompanied by the Chairman of Jubilee, Honorable Kemosi. And I have so many. I have even our women candidate on Jubilee ticket is here. Even our Senate candidate, I think was, our Senate candidate on PNU, wote wako hapa, Pius na wale wengine. Leo tutii tu vile wamesema tutaongea. I have this brother of mine here who's a very popular candidate for parliament. Leo tutii tu sheria ya kanisa. Tuende mbele, tu support kwaya na ile kitu kidogo tuko nayo, alafu tuende na mambo mengine. Lakini ningesema hili, mkiniruhusu tafadhali. One reason why we are having this conversation is because we are a democratic country. And we have accepted multi-party democracy as a way of life. In other words, kila mtu ako na chama chake. kama kanisa. Jana tulikuwa kanisa ya Kiadventista, mimi ni Mkristo wa Sabato. Nilimwambia Peter Munya achaenda kwa kanisa ya SDA maisha yake. Nikamwambia kuja nikupeleke kwa kanisa ya SDA uone vile tunaabudu. Kampeleka huko jana tukaabudu na yeye the whole day na mapasta wetu. Na yeye hapa ameniambia sasa tulikuwa tunapanga safari kwamba atanipeleka Methodist kwa sababu yeye ni mtu wa Methodist. Atanipeleka kwa kanisa ya Methodist hapa Meru. Na nimefika. The only thing I'm unhappy about is that waliniambia kutakuwa na second service. So I ended up getting here when there was no second service. The service had been collapsed into one. So I only pray and hope that you will allow me to give offering because mimi naamini kwa kanisa yetu kwamba ukienda kanisa usichelewe kutoa sadaka. So in addition to hii ya kwaya, utukubalie tafadhali tutoe sadaka. Tuwache sadaka nyuma. That is the right way to worship. So Biblia inasema usiende mbele ya Mungu na mikono mitupu. So mtukubalie tutoe sadaka na tutoe pia mchango wetu kwa kwaya. Tunawashukuru kwa yote. Tumekuwa hapa kwa siku 4 Meru, tumetembea hapa, tumeenjoy. Asa kwa mimi unajua hapa ni kama nyumbani, hapa watu wengi wako hapa ni familia moja na sisi. Kwa hivyo kila mahali ni mera. It's so difficult to tell the difference between here and Kisii where I come from. And we have so many people here. Look at this church congregation alone and how many classmates I have in this audience. So we are one big family, and I think God wants us to live that way, first of all. I said yesterday, and I want to say today in church, heaven is more important than State House. I would like to go to heaven. Hii State House ni hapa dunia hii. My actual objective ni kwamba niende mbinguni. But even as I am here, God expects that I will serve faithfully and serve effectively. That is why when my colleague talked about the work we are doing in the Ministry of Education, it is also service to God. Honesty and commitment to the service of our country. Saa hii nikiongea hapa mbele ya kanisa, over 40 schools are closed. Unrest and so on. Probably by the time I finish my speech, another will have been closed. It's true. 2 others will have been closed. By tonight, another 10 or so. Ukiangalia vile dunia iko, in excellence the Deputy Governor and all my friends who are supportive of this administration, tunasema with tremendous respect. Kasi imekuwa ngumu, you can see it. Maana nani wananchi? Imekuwa because we have never had the kind of crisis in the education sector that we have now. Na wala tumekuwa huko, I can give you proposals with one of my eyes closed. One, stop wastage, put money in the schools. So that school principals have money so that they can run the schools. They can't run the schools on salary. They need money, the capitation money should go to schools. That is a straightforward matter. Number 2, I would tell the president, appoint a principal secretary in charge of curriculum reform and transition. Because that is a special thing we are now implementing CPC. And number 3, listen to the sector, listen to the principals, listen to parents. Most importantly, I say this from church, listen to church leaders. In Kenya, if the church or the religious communities did not invest in education, we will not have the institutions we have. Methodist in Kwanza and your example, the investment you have made in the education sector, on a university in Waba and so on, you should be listened to and so on and so forth. So mimi nawaomba wenzangu tuangalie hiyo. Sasa leta kikapu tufanye kazi, sionekana kwamba tulikuja tu kupiga mdomo. Tuliitwa kuja kufanya tulisema bishop alisema reverend alitukubali atakuja kutuombea. Mahali umepata, mahali umeenda, kazi ya Mungu inafanywa na wewe unaweka kidole yako ama namna gani? Sasa reverend alisema atakuja kutuombea. Sasa ni mzuri pia tutoe sadaka sababu tumekuja. Sisi Madam Harmony, sisi tulikuja hapa tukapata nyinyi mwakusanya pesa ya kusaidia kwaya. Nimesikia tu wimbo moja, but it's so brilliant and perfect.
Thank you.
I thank the Lord for your voices and pray that you continue to do it.
Amen.
In his vineyard.
Amen.
So ile tutatoa ni kwa support. Kwanza mimi nataka mkuje muni support hapa kwa kwaya hii Mimi natoa kwanza 200,000. Sasa nisindikize.
Cyber attacks are relentless. Do you know how to truly protect your network? Red Education presents a free hour-long session on Palo Alto Network's next-generation firewalls.
Moria amenisindikiza na 10,000. Mheshimiwa Mugira 2,000. Mheshimiwa Kimathi Amundi 10,000. Engineer Mweti 5,000. Kanyerere 5,000. Wycliffe 1,000. Another one of my classmates 10,000. And my classmate also another 3,000.
Our parish minister.
So, what Atuweke Gachagua, I think, should be the last speech for us tonight. And we call it a day. So let me see what people are saying. I never voted for Ruto, but it did matter. We all put in one basket. Stone in December, certain engineer received an honorary doctorate in leadership and in Northwestern University, across 3 dropout. Rafu Kodwa. Rubbish. Nonsense. Bullshit, rubbish. Wacha niwaekee Gachagua sasa.
Reverend Gige, elders, the entire CAC session, deacons, deaconesses, group leaders, members of the Women's Guild, and the entire congregation of Mutero PCA. God is good. And all the time. Nisalimieni kwa Bwana Yesu asifiwe. Bwana Yesu asifiwe tena. Muliokuwa dwaitu. No muyomeririe. Ona ciathira kara. Asante sana. Our parish minister, thank you very much for allowing me to say jambo to this congregation. Indeed, I did say a word to you that during the Woman Guild week, I would like to come and join our ladies in a culmination of the activities for the week. I'm a Presbyterian from Kirimara West Presbytery, Ruguru Parish, Iganjo Congregation, Wamonyoro District. I want to encourage you to do much more of that. And I'm very happy that I was able to come and see that, the blending of our traditions with Christianity. I'm also very honored that I met my teacher here. Wahuakara. Kama Rigathi Gachagua, muko sasa na ushahidi. Ni nani alifundisha yeye kuwa kichwa ngumu? Si ndio? This great teacher, Wahuakara, and her late husband, Karawa Macharia, were my teachers in the 80s at Kenyaga High School. Wahu was teaching us Kiswahili. Her husband taught us literature. Ile Kisungu yote munaona mimi ina promotion. Vile munaona naweka maneno. Ile ya kuinject. Ni familia gani? Ni familia hii. And we want to celebrate our teachers. Teachers are very important. All of us you see tukijigamba vile tuko wakubwa, tuko matajiri, we are product of some teacher somewhere. Walimu wapewe heshima. Na walipwe vizuri. Na organizewe insurance wasizunguke kwa SHA. Because SHA haifanyi kazi. na walimu watapata matatizo. Wahu Kara and her late husband, Kara Macharia, were in the forefront in the struggle for freedom against the Moi regime. In the 80s, her husband was arrested and implicated on false charges of having Mwakenya leaflets. Akateswa mpaka he went to exile in Tanzania. Na hapo mbele akapata matatizo akaaga dunia. So who the struggle I am pursuing today to liberate our country is what you and your late husband did in the 1980s. And I want to salute you because when I met you as deputy president, nilisema nitakuja kutembelea nyumbani. Kabla sija kuja nikatolewa. Sasa wacha mimi ning'ang'ane next year, nichaguliwe nikuwe rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya, nikuje nyumbani nikutembelee. So Reverend, sisi tunafurahi. And we have come to say we are together with our Women's Guild and to give you the little support that we can get. Sisi tulifutwa kazi lakini tutauza ng'ombe 2-3 tusaidie nyinyi. Lakini next year tukirudi kwa kazi tutarudi. Si ndio? Naomba mtuombe. Nilitolewa kwa ofisi against the law, against the constitution tomorrow. Kesi imesikizwa, uamuzi ni kesho. Tomorrow. So simtaniombea? Mtuombe. And we are ready for whatever outcome. If the 3 judges rule that we were treated unfairly and against the law and the constitution and lift the impeachment and let us be, we shall be grateful to God and we shall be very grateful that there is a justice system in Kenya that works. I have confidence that our judiciary is independent, is impartial, and will give justice to Rigathi Gachagua and millions of his supporters across the country. If the ruling goes the other way, it is still okay. We'll still have an opportunity to go to the Court of Appeal and follow the legal remedies that has been provided by the Constitution. I want to urge my supporters across the country, irrespective of the outcome, to remain calm and peaceful. Rigathi Gachagua is a very peaceful person, and I want to ask our supporters to be peaceful and calm. You know, when I was removed from office, the people who removed me were laughing that Rigathi has been removed and his supporters are saying nothing. It is me who told them say nothing. Ukikasirika, unyamaze, uimbe. Just sing. And I ask my supporters to suppress their anger because we are peaceful people and we believe in doing things peacefully. I want to ask our supporters who are angry with what is happening in Kenya not to do anything that is violent, anything that is against the law. I ask them to suppress their anger, but keep it. Next year, they'll have an opportunity on the 10th of August to express their anger at the ballot box. That is where anger should be expressed and nowhere else. If we win, we thank God. If we don't, we still thank God for his mercy and his greatness. This country is bigger than any one of us, and we need a peaceful country, and life must go on, irrespective of injustices that has been meted against many people, irrespective of the suffering that Kenyans are undergoing. Tuombe Mungu atatusaidia, tuvumilie, iko shida ya healthcare, ya masomo, insecurity, tuvumilie. Mungu atatuonekania na mambo yetu itakuwa sawa sawa. I want to introduce 2 leaders here, watatu. Tuko na huyu wakili anaitwa Nyamu. Ni wakili pale Kasarani Boniface, na ni wakili mmoja walikuwa wananitetea pale kotini. Tuko na huyu Millicent Omanga.
I just created simple product videos for all these different products using Veo, Nano Banana, and Airtable. No API keys to connect. All the models are built right into Airtable. You don't need to start with professional photos. I just took
Huyu Millicent Omanga anasimama hapa Nairobi, kiti ya mama county. Maito wake tondu tutirenda muito wa county, turenda maito wake. Huyu Millicent Omanga anasimama na chama chetu cha DCP. She is a good girl. Na mchungaji ni kweli atatufundisha vile ya kupunguza weight. Alikuwa na weight kubwa, sijui amekula nini, amefanya nini, sasa amelainika. So Millicent ni mama county, hawa kina mama ya Women's Guild. I must tell you because I'm with PCA. Jaribu ukae karibu na hawa. Kama kuna watu wakikubali wamekukubali, kwisha. Wakikataa wewe, wamekataa. Tafuta njia ukae na hao vizuri. Kati huo. Si ndio? Asante. Let me give Gasheri. Gasheri, you know Gasheri Gaito. Uja Gasheri. This girl here, Mchunganji, is one of the greatest and courageous women leaders we have in this country. And she is among the a few leaders, young ones, are mentoring and preparing for leadership. Because we must prepare our young people for leadership. Tutireda nyumba itweka huka. Moje tekerie haririe ciana ici. Ndimaharirie. Ni utongoria waru? Kairetu gaka, Senator John Medho, Karungo wa Thang'wa, yoni nio ndirahariria. And you need to visit Mama Wahukara. Akuongeze nguvu kidogo. Kairetu gaka kauga gakamaga muruthi gaikarire njege. Na nirona kaigana. Gatire nyama ingĩ ihũra mũkuha. No nĩ kariũrũ na gatingĩendia nyũmba itu. And I am very happy with such leaders. They are young, but they understand. They must stand with the people who elected them. And they must talk for them. Now she is one of my lawyers in the court. Na wakati wa Gen Z, alisimamia ma Gen Z kotini wakakosa kufungwa. She is one of the leaders I am mentoring and preparing for leadership. You pray for her. Mtamwombea? Ni ukugeithia ndo Gacheri. Haya.
Bwana asifiwe. Bwana asifiwe. Niĩ njĩtagwo Jane Njeri wa Maina.
Jiro.
Yes, Yusufu amesema boring.
Unaona ngoja, unaona jamaa wako akigoof openly.
Hebu sema.
How does he akukubalisha Omanga aongee? How does he give...
Gacheri tu ndiye ameambiwa aongee.
You know, I'm telling you, this Gachagua man. You don't do that. You don't do that. That's a serious issue. It's bad. You don't.
Become a bias, eh?
It of course, it is terrible. Then biased in terms of other tribes. How do you do that? Those are serious blunders. I don't trust
maybe pengine sababu maybe Omanga hataweza kuongea Kikuyu hapo, so anapewa watu wataweza kuongea Kikuyu.
What do you mean?
Gachagua ameongea na Nigeria.
Bana, don't even, you know, sijaribu kuleta kitu hapa amegoof because the guy does not think, he just ropokwas. He ropokwas kabisa. Zile speech anatoa ni spontaneous, and that's how you blunder. That is how you blunder. He gets carried away. Unasikia akisema, even when he's talking about him being the president and all this, irrespective of whatever, you should start understanding and studying Gachagua's speeches, and then you know why Kenyans are really not. They are not for him, but they don't want to show. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. Hiyo kwanza hiyo ni serious.
Yeah, I think that was just his normal speeches zile anakuanga akifanya kwa kanisa. Although leo speech yake haikuwa hot. He didn't have a hot speech.
I told you lazima wawe na thinkers, but nobody around him. Huyu ni kama Ruto. He is not advised at all. Hakuna mahali ana timu ile inaangalianga ina nini agenda tutaongea hivi. Yeye ndiye anachora. He believes he is the best. Unaona? Kama Ruto vile he believes, never ever think you are the best. You cannot be the best in any situation. Never. You don't. That's the initial stages of goofing and failing. Hiyo anani let down, sir. Na kwanza ni student wa literature. In literature we don't...
I think there is room for improvement in aketi chini, and now he has to take like elements to see serious. Awache bias like akipea mtu nafasi anapea kila mtu nafasi. That one I agree.
Okay. Huwezi fundisha old dog out to back.
Wacha tuweke sasa masafari za ndege za huyu Nyang'au tumalizane nazo.
Haya.
Mara kwa mara za Rais William Ruto. Wakati wa Kenya wanakabiliana na bei ya mafuta inayowakandamiza, miradi tata ya afya kama karantini, Ebola na upinzani unaongezeka dhidi ya mswada wa fedha, kiongozi wa taifa Rais William Ruto yupo tena nje ya nchi kwenye safari ya wiki 2 na zaidi, ikimpeleka Afrika na hata Ulaya. Kutoka Pretoria hadi Brussels, Helsinki hadi Paris, Rais William Ruto anatumia zaidi ya siku 14 nje ya taifa, huku nyumbani hasira za wananchi zikiendelea kuchemka. Mwanahabari wetu Vera Mura na taarifa zaidi.
Wakati wa maandamano ya kupinga kupanda kwa bei ya mafuta siku 15 zilizopita, Rais William Ruto aliondoka nchini kuelekea Baku, Azerbaijan na Astana, Kazakhstan, akionyesha maendeleo ya Kenya katika mradi wa nyumba za bei nafuu na maendeleo endelevu ya miji. Wiki 2 baadaye, Rais William Ruto ameondoka tena na anatarajiwa kutumia zaidi ya siku 14 nje ya nchi. Safari za Rais William Ruto zinajiri wakati wa Kenya wanakabiliana na migogoro inayohusishwa na utawala wake, kuanzia kituo cha karantini cha Ebola kinachojengwa katika kaunti ya Laikipia hadi upinzani unaoongezeka dhidi ya mswada wa fedha wa mwaka 2026 ambao wengi wanaofia utaongeza mzigo wa raia wanaosongwa na kodi. Ila kwa sasa Rais William Ruto yuko Afrika Kusini kwa ziara ya siku 3 na Rais Cyril Ramaphosa. Baada ya hapo ataelekea Ubelgiji tarehe 8 mwezi Juni kwa ushirikiano wa kidiplomasia na Mfalme Filipe. Baada ya hapo ataelekea Ufini Juni tarehe 10 na 11 kwa ziara ya kihistoria ya kwanza na Rais wa Kenya tangu Daniel Arap Moi mwaka wa 1987. Kisha Juni tarehe 12 atasafiri hadi Ufaransa kwa mkutano wa G7 utakaofanyika Juni tarehe 15 hadi 17 mjini Evian, Lebanon. Kwa ufupi, Rais William Ruto anatarajiwa kurejea Juni tarehe 18 baada ya kutumia siku 16 mfululizo nje ya nchi. Kinachowakera wa Kenya ni kuwa safari hizi zinakuja kwa gharama kubwa, kwani Rais William Ruto anajulikana kwa kukodisha ndege za kifahari zenye gharama ya angalau milioni 3.2 kwa saa moja. Safari yake ya hivi karibuni ya Buka na Kazakhstan iligharimu karibu nusu bilioni kwa wiki moja pekee. Isitoshe, ripoti ya mdhibiti wa bajeti inaonyesha serikali ilitumia bilioni 5.1 kwa safari ya nje katika miezi 9 ya kwanza ya mwaka wa kifedha wa 2024 na 2025, pamoja na bilioni 11.6 kwa safari za ndani, jambo linaloibua wasiwasi kuhusu hatua za kubana matumizi. Katika siku zake 1000 za kwanza madarakani, Ruto ametumia takriban siku 156 nje ya nchi na kumfanya mmoja wa marais wa Kenya walio na shughuli nyingi kimataifa. Kufikia katikati ya mwaka 2025, alikuwa tayari amefanya ziara 62 katika nchi 38, na mwaka huu wa 2026 tayari Rais William Ruto amefanya ziara 17. Wakosoaji wanasema kwamba wakati Ruto anazunguka dunia, nyumbani kwake Kenya hakuna utulivu, hivyo kuacha taswira ya rais aliye nje ya nchi, huku wananchi wakipinga kodi na kupanda kwa gharama ya maisha. Swali linalobaki, je, historia itamkumbuka Rais William Ruto kama kiongozi aliyeiweka Kenya kwenye ramani ya dunia, au kama rais aliyependa kusafiri licha matatizo yanayowakumba wananchi wake? Vera Mura, KTN.
Naam, kwingineko mtazamaji, ni kwamba maafisa wa polisi wanaendeleza na msako dhidi ya dereva na kondakta wa basi la
This is a
Sasa hiyo story ya Ruto sijui tutasema. Yaani huyu jamaa yani anaenda siku 14 na tumerelax tu Kenya tu. Enyewe Kenya kulisha moto. Yaani siku 14 tu na jamaa tu amerelax. Na nchi hakuna story.
Hiyo ndio hasira imenipanda Jiru. Hiyo ndio hasira. Yaani ndio nakwambia Kenyans we are bullshit.
Hebu nikuulize story pekee, kuna kitu nauliza. Yaani siku 14 na hakuna ile kitu. Unajua?
Sisi ni wajinga. Tuache hiyo. We are useless. Ndio Ruto anatufira left right and center. We are useless.
Yaani jamaa tu anaenda out of 1000 days 156 ako nje.
Na umeona hiyo na hizo what's the benefit of those things? Yaani Njiru, let me tell you.
Ni kutokendeni tu.
Hii nchi hata chura inaweza tawala. Even a frog.
Ati?
Unajua anaitwa Kiura.
Aya, sema Tadipo, usiseme Kiura. Sema Tadipo.
Okay, Tadipo. Hata Tadipo itatawala. I'm telling you. Do you know, Jiru, huyu jamani kama anatukasirisha Mutadu. Did you hear when he was answering about Ebola? Surely, is that the way you talk to a sovereign state? That I can look you, Kenyans, in the eyes and say that what I'm doing is the right thing. Shit. Shit. That we, 50+ million, we are idiots. Ruto is the one doing what is right. And he can... How do you challenge your population like that, Njiro? And I can look you in the eyes and repeat and tell you.
We say that uelewi.
Alafu nani kujanga hapa akiongea ati sijui Tanzania, you cannot compare us with nini? What sasa sisi na Tanzania tumewashindia nini? Akili hatuna. Tunazinduliwa kuzinduliwa. Yes, we claim sijui. Mimi hata sijui ni nini si uclaim.
Wacha nikuulize story PK, nchi ambayo rais anapotea karibu wiki mbili. Hiyo ni nchi rais asiajua huko ni maziwa lala ziko huko. Hakuna kitu moja.
Hizo ni ng'ondu, maziwa lala.
Nikuulize unapotea wiki, hebu nikuulize places kama Mali ama Burkina Faso. Unaweza moka wiki mbili.
Hata ni wiki mbili ama siku mbili umeenda na ndege wajue hiyo bei. Hautarudi. You will not come back. And what value are those?
Enyewe Kenya is the modern day version ya Ngongo. Wale watu wetu angalia hii Ngongo.
Ngongo ndio jamani. We are Ngongo. Sasa ngai. Tufanye show moja kusema Kenyans the Ngongo. Fanye hiyo show.
Lakini Wakenya yani
and the show we demonstrate for 3 hours how Ngongo is we are and what is a Ngongo. Yes, tufanye hiyo show.
Yeah, yani okay, we will do. Yani Ruto anapotea wiki mbili na ametulia na hata ndamu tu huyo jamaa atanaona sasa. Huyu jamaa atanaona. Hata hiyo kusema amekonda mjui. Huyu jamaa atagain weight.
Sasa yeye ametuingiza kidole wapi? Sitaki kuongea na Kimbe ama Kiemu. Atulikedie karama chuku bwana, anatupeleka na rivers. Ametuingiza kidole. I'm telling you. Yani that's the worst you can do to a human being. Atulikedie kara kule yangu ya.
Sasa ati ameachia Kindiki inchi, anaambia Kindiki sasa wewe mama tawara. Can you imagine we under Kindiki?
hizi ng'ondu hakuna mahali zitaenda. Unajua kondoo mahali umeziacha ndio zinakuaga. Hata fisi ikuja ikianza kuzikanda kichwa asiendagi. Unajua the easiest ni kondoo zinamalizangwa na nini in the same spot.
Yani Ruto ako na confidence ya kutuacha wiki mbili na anajua tu atatukuta pale tumesimama. Yenyewe bwana.
And there's nothing we are going to do.
Ninyi mulisema we want to remove him democratically. Hata Donald Trump nimeisikia ameenda wiki mbili. Donald Trump ameenda
democratically in August 10, 2027. Hapo unasema he cannot steal our votes. Kaibaba. Hata Kalonzo anarudia leo ama ni jana ati Ruto
leo.
Ati cannot steal votes. Na tuko na Ethocon.
No, alisema Ruto you will not steal our votes. Sasa mimi sijui kwani akina Kalonzo ni formula gani wako nayo. Hiyo ametufikia.
What formula? Hata Kachagua, what formula does he have? None of them have any formula. They will be screwed by.
Si wanatutishia all the time kura iwezi ibiwa raundi.
Iwezi ibiwa, ilibiwa. Si waseme ilibiwa aje raundi ile ingine. Ama waseme haikuibiwa. Then there has not been any stealing of votes. Simple as that. Njiro, tukubali hivyo basi. Ruto won genuinely. Kibaki won genuinely, although Rigla said no. Then we say there is no stealing of votes. As simple as that. Mere North, the election was okay. Malava, okay. So let's give a bill of what? Let's qualify in Kenyan election. Then we stop giving those things of appeals and all that nonsense and garbage. Now to admit that is how elections are held in Kenya. There's no stealing. Kaende hivyo. Waache kutuestia time. How do you tell us? Waache kutuestia time. Kamago akuje wafanye ile maneno. They are behaving like idiots. It's like they are at kura zinaibiwa pale kwa polling station. Ushaona hiyo ujinga tuko nayo ndio. Hata kila saa tukiongea tunasema voting is done at the ballot at the polling center and you cannot steal votes from the polling center. So in Kenya then votes are not stolen. So Kenya elections are always free and fair. So even Maraga, what he did was a mistake. There was no problem. The elections were good. Tukubaliane hiyo tu consensus. Yeah. Na tuache kuongea the elections being stolen. Then we get to settle hivyo tu na to swallow hiyo pia. Yeah. Yeah. Na hata hiyo maneno ya Kamado tuseme hakuna, ni fake, hakuna. Then we tukubaliane na Martha Koome. Vile alisema all that was hogwash, it was hot air. So Kenyans, we've been doing hot air when we claim elections are stolen. Kwa hivyo tungojea 2027 Ruto atushinda na 3 million, which he has already pronounced. Shit, man. This country is BS. It's very frustrating.
Wow.
Very frustrating, I tell you.
Sawa, so
hii wamegive up. They are given up. Hata Kachagua, hata all the opposition, they have given up. Kabisa, they have been beaten by Ruto. Otherwise, they cannot remove the IPC. They cannot do nothing. Ruto will call the day. No wonder. No wonder. They have given up. They are just making us mark time kama Raila. Wameingia kwa ile game ya Raila. What? Then they will negotiate seats with Ruto. That's why I was telling you, nimewapatia ile nini mkaanza kupiga nduru ati iwezekani. These guys are together. They are playing their game. Mwananchi, you are alone. Okay? Unaona vile akina Sifuna walikuwa wamekuja na mioto. They will be swallowed. Wamemwagiliwa maji. They have lost focus. They have lost focus now. Unaanza kuwander in the desert. You don't know which direction to go. That is the exactly game za Raila. marking time, mnaendelea, you keep people busy. Yeah, because by the way, they have no other business other than doing rallies. Kama Gachagua, kwani job ile ako nayo ni gani? Kalonzo ile job ako nayo ni gani sahi? Other than, going doing those pretentious things. Tuko kwa nini, tunaongea. It is the job. That's their job. As we buy time, they've opened their kiosks. Yeah. Then they will go there into elections, blah, blah, blah. Okay, my MPs watangangana. All right. Then, of course, itakuja hasa kugawana. Nani ana viti mingi, iko nani, and all that. Nani ata negotiate which positions. And Ruto will do Ruto doesn't mind doing a government of unity something. Itatafutiwa jina. I mean, we have seen that.
Sawa, Stone PK, wacha tusikie hii video ya mwisho from Maisha, then itusaidie kuinterpret all what you are saying. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Yeah. Maneno ya uchaguzi pia usikie. Already kuna jamaa election manipulator amepewa passport ya Kenya and we are not able to talk that enough. Huyu jamaa wa Zimbabwe. Nataka usikie Maisha TV alitengeneza story noma.
Jamaa anaitwa Wicknell Chivayo.
A Zimbabwean man, a convicted fraudster, alleged election manipulator, walking shadow, has been photographed inside Kenya State House, not once, not twice, multiple times. He calls Kenya his second home, and now these are leaked government documents suggesting he may hold a Kenyan passport, a diplomatic one, issued on direct orders from State House, bypassing every rule in the book. His name is Wicknell Chivayo. And the most chilling part of this story, Kenya's loudest political voices, the ones who shout about everything, have gone completely, suspiciously, deafeningly silent. Let's set the table properly, because you cannot understand what's happening in Kenya without first understanding who Wicknell Chivayo is. Born in 1982 in Zimbabwe, Chivayo started at the bottom, a wages clerk, small-time forex dealer, hustling the margins. But somewhere between those humble beginnings and today, this man became what critics call one of Africa's most dangerous political middlemen. He goes by Sir Wicknell, self-styled, self-declared, very much self-serving. He built his empire through a company called Intratech Zimbabwe, spreading tentacles into solar energy, telecom, IT infrastructure, and government tenders so large they'd make your jaw drop. He flies private jets. He gifts musicians and football clubs Land Cruisers and Range Rovers like most people hand out business cards. He funds ZANU PF events and openly supports Zimbabwe's President Emerson Mnangagwa, who, by the way, is no choir boy himself. On his social media, Chivayo doesn't hide. He performs presidential meetings, private jet check-ins, luxury living, all posted publicly, unapologetically. This is a man who wants you to know he has access, because access is the product he's selling. He's been photographed with Mnangagwa, Tanzania's Samia Suluhu Hassan, Uganda's Museveni, Malawi's Chakwera, a full house of African heads of state. And now, right at the top of that collection, William Samoei Ruto of Kenya. But before we get to Kenya, let's talk about what this man left behind. In 2004, Wicknell Chivayo was convicted, not accused, convicted of theft by false pretenses, a forex deal gone crooked involving roughly 837,000 South African rand. He served time at Chikurubi Maximum Prison. That's Zimbabwe's harshest facility, not a holiday camp. Since then, he has faced a parade of fraud, money laundering, and corruption charges. The most glaring, a solar energy project in Gwanda, Zimbabwe, where his company received an advance of over $5 million from the government and delivered essentially nothing. Roads built to nowhere, panels that never powered a single bulb, yet somehow, like a cat landing on its feet every single time, Chivayo walked out of every legal fire barely singed, acquitted, charges dropped, cases going cold.
That the pre-commencement works would limit them to $4 million, and we'll agree that we'll do $1 million a month.
Former Kenyan Attorney General Justin Muturi publicly called him out, a convicted fraudster, he said, with fingerprints on disputed elections across Southern Africa. When a former Attorney General is saying that on record, you don't need a magnifying glass to see the smoke.
Jamaa anaitwa Wicknell Chivayo. Na kuna picha zake hapa nyingi. Watu wa magazeti ingetaka waone kimtu kikubwa hivi. This man is a convicted fraudster kwa mambo ya kusupply electoral materials in South Africa, in Namibia. Kila akija huku Kenya anapitia Eldoret Airport. We must begin to ask, what is it that they do with William Ruto? Na mkimwangalia hapa, najua ndugu yangu Rujidia, najua hii kiti kameza kamoja kako hapa unakajua vizuri ndugu yangu. Haka ni pale ndani kwa ofisi ya Ruto. What is it that Ruto does with these crooks?
Now, here's where the story graduates from scandal to something far more sinister. In 2023, Zimbabwe held elections. A tender worth approximately $100 million was awarded for electoral commission supplies, ballot papers, printing, the whole machinery of democracy. Wicknell Chivayo's name was all over it. Leaked audio recordings emerged. South Africa's Financial Intelligence Center, the FIC, flagged suspicious funds flowing exceeding 800 million South African rand, moving from South African printing company Renform CC directly into companies linked to Chivayo. Zimbabwe's Anti-Corruption Commission investigated and found, conveniently, no direct evidence against him. Case closed, file shelved. Then Namibia, similar concerns. Ballot printing contracts, Chivayo's shadow again, stretching across the border. Critics aren't calling this coincidence. They are calling it a business model, a pattern. Some are calling it, and these are their words, quote, election thuggery. The industrialization of democratic manipulation dressed in philanthropy and philanthropy dressed in political access. And now, Kenya, with 2027 on the horizon, is starting to ask, are we next in line? In February 2026, activist Boniface Mwangi, a man who has never been known to stay quiet about anything, dropped a document that shook Kenyan political circles. A leaked Kenyan immigration record. On it, Wicknell Chivayo's name, listed among foreigners allegedly issued Kenyan passports through direct status directives. No Kenyan ID, no standard citizenship process, just a passport. Materializing as if by magic, status magic. Lawyers pounced. Peter Wahinya went public demanding answers. The Kenyan legal community flagged it as a blatant violation of citizenship law. Social media erupted. Questions rained down on the government. The response from Ruto's administration? Silence. Heavy, institutional, almost deliberate silence. Chivayo, for his part, had been visiting Kenya like a man who owns the place. January 2020. Deputy President Kithure Kindiki at State House. April 2026, another visit. Before that, Wajir, Sagana, then Sandton, South Africa, alongside Ruto and First Lady Rachel Ruto. In meetings, Chivayo himself described as mentorship sessions. Mentorship from a convicted fraudster who allegedly rigged elections in 2 neighboring countries That is a sentence that should keep every Kenyan awake at night. Now here's the part that separates this story from ordinary scandal and turns it into something genuinely alarming. Kenya's opposition is not shy. Rigathi Gachagua will criticize Ruto's breakfast choices if given a microphone. Edwin Sifuna doesn't need a reason to go on TV. Fred Matiang'i, Kalonzo Musyoka, these are men who have dedicated significant portions of their public lives to making William Ruto's existence politically uncomfortable. But on Wicknell Chivayo, crickets, deafening, suspicious, almost orchestrated silence. Why? Theory 1, fear of the network. Chivayo's web, Mnangagwa, ZANU-PF, regional presidential access, alleged IT infrastructure, and election technology interests represents a kind of power that operates below the surface. Intelligence links, funding channels, digital reach. The kind of thing where attacking it publicly could turn around and bite you in ways you don't see coming. Theory 2, no smoking gun yet. Much of what exists is investigative. Fake reports, leak audio, immigration documents. Without a courtroom conviction tied directly to Kenya, opposition politicians may be calculating that direct confrontation invites defamation suits without enough ammunition to win. Theory 3, and this is the one that should make your skin crawl. Mutual deterrence. Some analysts and investigators suggest there may be overlapping interests, business, minerals, IT, that make calling out Chivayo a game of throwing stones while living in a glass house. Whatever the reason, the silence speaks volumes. In Kenyan politics, where noise is the default currency, silence is always a confession of something. Connect the dots. An alleged election materials fixer from Zimbabwe, a Kenyan passport issued outside legal channels, repeated state house access, an administration that won't explain itself, and a 2027 election that grows closer every single day. Kenya has been here before. The ghost of disputed elections lives rent-free in this country's collective memory. The difference now is that the machinery of potential manipulation, if it exists, that is, has become regional, cross-border, wired into a network of precedents and fixers that no single court or commission can easily unravel. Wicknell Chivayo denies everything, every charge, every allegation, every leaked document. Political persecution, he says. Haters, he says. Legitimate business, he says. And maybe, just maybe, some of it is noise. But you don't get photographed in State House 5 times by accident. You don't receive a Kenyan passport through a back door by accident. And you don't make multiple African presidents your personal contacts by accident. Sir Wicknell is not a ghost. He's very real, very visible, and very much embedded in Kenyan power structures in ways that have never been officially explained. The question is no longer whether something is happening. The question is whether Kenya will ask loudly enough and early enough. What exactly is being built in the shadows before 2027 arrives? And it's too late to ask anything at all. The ball is in the court of every Kenyan journalist, lawyer, activist, and leader, and voter. Don't let it go cold. What do you think about this man? Do you trust him? Newsroom, Maisha TV, Bushabi Jr.
Bwana Kiora, are you there? Kiora? Stone? I wanted you to copy your discussion with that, but ni kama umepotea. So this one is for Anne. Sijaekea Anne. Chris kumekucha for so long. So let's see if Chris has anything. Chris, let's see what Chris Kumekucha has. This is what we will end our show with. Yeah, so let's hear Chris' wisdom. Then I will end the show tonight. So, that come up, yeah. So hiyo nimewaonyesha. So hiyo story ya huyo Shifambo, we have to start thinking about him now. I think the opposition has to target him. So he could be already in the country. He has hired companies to anaweza kuwa kona contract ya kumanipulate the election. There is a lot which could be happening when it comes to elections. So as we say that Ruto hawezi iba uchaguzi wetu, hapo lazima tufikirie sana. That is not something which we can get it as a laughing matter. So wacha huyu beshte atufungie siku ya leo.
What is the link between the controversial Laikipia, Ebola, quarantine facility, the 2026 finance bill, and 2027 election strategy? What is the link? And of course, we know in analysis, everything is linked. In politics, everything is linked. Now, of course, the best way to break down politics is the same way you break down arithmetic, mathematics. You start with the known and you move to the unknown. We know that nothing in the entire history of Kenya has damaged the economy like Finance Bill 2023. That one we know. It was too much, and that is why it was inevitable the 2024 Finance Bill would suffer the fate it suffered. Okay, the Gen Z uprising, etc., etc. But here is the killer point. Considering our circumstances currently, the 2026 Finance Bill is worse and will have a much bigger impact than the 2023 Finance Bill. And Kenyans are resisting it very strongly. Now, of course, this is linked to politics, 2027 election strategy, because the regime which came up with this horror story of a finance bill is seeking re-election. The leader of that regime wants to be re-elected as president. What? Some things defy logic. And it is rapidly emerging. Yeah, now we come to the Ebola Manenos. It is rapidly emerging that the Ebola Manenos in Laikipia is the key to the re-election of this same regime which has completely damaged and disseminated the Kenyan economy, mostly for personal gain. And how is it linked? America is a superpower. They can do virtually anything. And it has always been and will always be America first. And it is common sense that for them to keep such a controversial facility in place, which is, it is very important also that the current president, the president who made the deal, the president who signed on the dotted line, it is crucial that that president remains in power. It's as simple as that. Think about it. Any popularly elected government that comes into power next will immediately lose their support right across the board if they keep on supporting this particular facility. Kenyans don't want it, period. And if you doubted that things are serious, consider the following. This Ebola thing is so serious that the very serious Finance Bill 2026 has mostly been put on the back burner. People are talking about Ebola facility, okay? Even as 2026 Finance Bill looms large, yeah, right next to us. So, how will this thing end? What happens next? Many people come to this channel for the answer to those questions. And I will not let you down. And I will not use kizungu mingi. And I will not use annoying answers like yes and no. Yes, because of 1, 2, 3. No, because of 1, 2, 3. No, I will give it to you so directly. Now, I really hope that you've liked this video already. And thanks so much in advance. And thank you also for subscribing. And chances are that you've made that decision because you realize the content here, moto kuliko pasikumi ya makaa. And thank you so much for taking those 2 actions. And finally, before we go back to action stations, okay, please don't forget to check the description area of this video on YouTube. And this very important information is also repeated in the comments area. And what is this information? Highly classified information from the failed 1982 coup. All that sensitive information you can get pop, including answers that are very relevant to our current political situation. For example, was there foreign power involved? Right. The answer to that burning question. I believe what will happen is what happened elsewhere in a very similar situation to what we're facing in Kenya today. There were abductions, people were being snatched off the streets to disappear forever, which is exactly what has been happening in Kenya. And the arrogant leader of that country had been told by the Americans, you're going nowhere. And he believed. Wouldn't you believe yourself? And the leader of that country was suffering from a very serious case of personal delusion. When he talked to his people, it didn't make sense. Yeah? Because what he was saying and how he was saying it was very different from the reality on the ground. Yeah? What the vast majority of the citizens of that country felt. Sounds familiar? Fuel prices had gone up dramatically. Sounds familiar? Although in this case, it benefited this country greatly, but it also led to something else, rampant and unchecked corruption of people wanting to get rich yesterday, last year, 10 years ago. Sounds familiar? And of course, this led to very serious economic instability in that country. Simnajua. Sounds familiar? Of course. Hi, Chris. You must be talking about Kenya. No, I'm not. But I'm glad you asked, because now I'm very sure that you'll be very, very interested to know what happened. Something so dramatic you will not believe. And so this regime suffered political isolation. I'm quoting the historians word for word, by the way. And the leader of that regime ended up completely misjudging his opponents. The opposition. He was very sure, these guys are going to buy them. So-and-so doesn't have money. We have money. There's no problem. There is no opposition here. In fact, we have files on each and every one of those guys. There is no problem here for us. Two-term is a reality. And then what happened is something that was a point of no return for this regime. Yeah, the beginning of the end of this regime. There was absolutely no way the regime would come back politically from this one. Now, very quickly, in your opinion, do you think this regime has reached that point of no return? What's your opinion? Okay, you want to hear mine? Oh, yes, emphatically, yes. It has recently reached that point of no return. And what is that one? It is the Ebola quarantine facility in Laikipia. The political uproar and backlash it has caused in the country is actually a point of no return for this regime. Okay, back to our story. Actually, history, documented factual history. And because that was a country of human beings, and humans react the same, whether they're black, white, yellow, whatever, yeah, it is very safe to assume that exactly the same thing is going to happen in motherland, Kenya. Now, the country I have been referring to, what historians are saying, is Iran. And the point of no return that regime reached was what was referred to as the Black Friday Massacre of September 8, 1978, which happened at a place called Jaleh Square in Tehran. What happened is that security forces walifyatua marisasi, to unarmed protesters. According to activists in that country and the opposition at that time, Casualty figures from that, between 2,000 and 10,000 souls. Ay, 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 yeah. But hold it right there. There is a crazy twist in this story. Decades later, verified documents and information from religious and other organizations confirmed that the actual from the Jale Square was about 68 people, 68, not more than 70. The damage was done decades ago. And media trusted the opposition and activists, and therefore they took their figures as gospel truth, between 2,000 and 10,000 people. And according to historians, the regime greatly underestimated the opposition, and especially the leader of the coalition of the Shah must go. Nobody put a crown on his head. The people just decided. The Sifuna of those days, exiled cleric Ayatollah Ruhollah Khomeini. And it is super fascinating, yeah, to look at what the CIA assessment was of that country at that time, a vital partner of the United States, because of its huge oil output, petroleum. In a nutshell, what they said, there is no way these people can do a revolution. No way. They're too weak, too soft. Their character, they can't. Even if you look at history, and you can't blame them. Because at that juncture, do you know how long the monarchy in Iran had lasted? 2,500 years. Yani, this monarchy started before the first coming, yeah, of our Lord Jesus Christ. And so the Wajasusi were caught completely flat-footed. And on February 11th, 1979, the leader of that regime fled the country. Hey, hold on a minute. What happened to the mighty Americans? State Department and its mighty machinery. What happened? And the Ayatollah came back from exile. And that is the regime which is still in Iran to this day. The lesson we must take from there is that when the people say no en masse, it is no. And it would appear from this thing that happened in Iran that no matter how powerful the opponents of the people are, in the end, the people will prevail. I strongly believe, my opinion though, that this is exactly what is going to happen in motherland Kenya. Please don't forget to check the description area of this video on YouTube and the comments area for that important and relevant message that I'm sure most of you will be very interested in. Until next time, this is Chris Karaoke. Kumekucha.
Sawa, Stone unaongea mingi, weka msumari wa mwisho tufunge sasa. The two videos zimecheza. Ulikuwa unaongea hapo nyuma. Are you there? Tunifikai?
Sema, mimi hata nilidoze off bana.
Ya, nimekusikia ukiongelekana huko. Sasa kulikuwa tumeoneshana hiyo video ya Chivambo, huyo jamaa wa Zimbabwe mkubwa sana ambaye ameonekana katika manipulation ya election nyingi sana kwa Afrika. Na finally amekuwa akionekana na Ruto.
Na Kenya bado mnasema election haziwezi.
We are not talking enough about it. Go ahead.
Sasa mlisema election haziwezi, and you have such people coming around. Only Justin Muturi.
Najua kina Kamago walianza hivyo, by the way. Kamago tulisikia ameonekana airport sijui wapi. Then finally we saw a bungled election.
Yeah, but what business is he doing with Kenya?
Definitely kuna uwezekano pengine hata kuna makampuni yako nazo Kenya zinangojea ku manipulate election. But suddenly I think that guy, and it looks like where he has been, elections have been very successful. Kila county ameenda ameproduce 90+.
Yeah, that's the business he does. Na
Botswana ni kwenye sijui kama angetoboa. So maybe I don't know, maybe
no, unajua ile watu ndio mambo yote. Kenyans, we are not able to revolt. hatuwezi, na niliongea hivyo watu wakaanza kusema unatuuzia uoga, haiwezekani. You know, we are very fond of saying it's not possible. It is not possible. Haiwezekani. I don't know why we use that vocabulary. And you will not. You cannot steal election in a 10,000 nini polling station. We are jokers. Mimi nimemaliza. Yes.
Now, I think Stony PK we can call it a day today to learn that. Is that fine?
Yeah, because Njiru, mimi I try na challenge watu kabisa. Prove to me. Prove. Hata tumeuliza watu, hakuna mtu anaweza kuambia ati ukiuliza mtu
unajua ni kama Muafrika. Unajua ukisikia Muafrika hai naye usio ndangirogeka.
Yeah. Ati
na ukiuliza mtu, why do you think huyo mtu hawezi rogeka hai? Wewe kwani hujui hawezi like I think since we Africa Stony PK we have that element here. Things which we have no solution for them, we rubbish them. Sijui Stony PK kama you met with these people, sijui kama umesikia watu tunasemanga wadhita au watu hata wakikula nyama imeoza wakufi.
Watu mdomo ya dhita hawezi hata wakikula nyama ya dhita wenyewe iwezi waua. Sasa ni sasa Kenya ni ile you know, you don't accept you are weak. Kama sasa for example, to say the truth, watu hawataki ku accept hawawezani na Ruto. Unaona? Na si kuwezana na Ruto in terms of at election ikifanywa vizuri, hawawezani na ugondia Ruto. In Kenya nafikiria ukishakuwa president, you are the pusher, you are the power. Nobody can play around with you. I think so. Hakuna, it's not possible. Watu hawana namna, because we keep on singing of we are democracy. Tuombe Mungu. Tuachie Mungu. Those two things. We are democracy and we are very religious that God will solve our problems. That's why we are in this shit. Unaona Matiang'i, hiyo speech uliweka mbeleni, unajua imeniudhi sana.
Sasa tutasema nini sasa? Na Matiang'i anasema sasa ati we look for a multi-sectoral approach. Sasa hata kwanza ulisikia hata akisema sasa lazima pia tujue Ruto ni rais wetu. Did you hear? Ulifuatilia speech ukasikia vile jamaa alikuwa anasema hapo, ujue Ruto ni rais wetu, lazima I couldn't even listen. Wenye nilisikia jamaa akisema sijui Ruto na mimi kuna vitu sisikilizangi bana. Trend yangu kwa Ruto ni high level bwana.
Leo ulinichallenge ukaniambia ati nianze kukuambia wale watu watanini. Ulisikia reaction? When I told you number one ule atakuwa wa kwanza kununuliwa na kukubalika na kuambiwa wa negotiate because we are God people. Umesikia speech yake hata hiyo umeweka. You know, the Kenya is bigger than people. The moment you start those kind of talks, you have surrendered. You have succumbed. Unaona huyu jamaa anaruka na ndege anaenda Butadu astuki. Hakuna mtu hapa
na jamaa anatuacha wiki mbili na hakuna mtu anaweza sema ngwe.
Hakuna hata ngwe, hakuna hata. Wacha akina changu waropoko tu. Can you imagine?
Yaani wiki mbili tu jamaa tu anapigwa tu massage Finland. Huyo jamaa yuko Finland bure, anapigwa massage huko tu na those teachers girls.
Sasa hata kama kwa ndege bado unaenda ukiwa unapigwa massage. Yaani unapigwa massage 24/7. 24/7 urararwa bwana. Kumondorwa. Ukikamuragwa.
And you know, Stony PK, be assured one of your coin is there. Shilingi yako inatumika kumasaji Ruto.
hata wewe your money is being used to massage Ruto. Hata unagharamia kumasaji mtu.
Of course.
Bana, inauma bana. Na hakuna yani hakuna jamaa anaweza amuka tu siku moja tu aseme ngwe. Jamaa tu like yani
Me, I've never seen a desperate people. Yani watu wamesurrender na wataki kusema wamesurrender. Yes.
Yani wiki mbili tunaachwa hati na hatuna formula. Wiki mbili tunaachwa na jamaa tu ako huko tu analala tu kwa maloji.
Ati na mna launch presidential bid.
I've not had a president, hata Macron haezi enda. Hakuna president anaenda wiki mbili. Kitu inajulikana, most of them inakuanga secret information.
You are right. Hakuna duniani president anaenda out of his country for 2 weeks. Never. Sijali. Sasa hiyo nilikuwa na Google. Sio ati umeenda 2 weeks. 2 weeks. 2 weeks. 2 weeks Njiro.
Yeah, kama wewe ni mgonjwa.
Ukiwa mgonjwa unaenda kutritiwa and people know umeenda mgonjwa. Kama ule wanakule ni Nigeria ama alikuwa ni ngapi?
Nigeria yeye alikuwa anaitwa
people knew yule alikuwa anakufa. So hata huyu unafikia anaenda hosi.
Manzi wiki mbili na hakuna kitu inaweza tendeka bwana. Enyewe sisi ni mafala bwana. Mimi nimekubali sisi ni mafala. Mr. PK nishakubali sisi ni mafala. Saa zingine is good to accept the reality. Story ishe. Aya Stone, tufunge sasa. Kesho ni siku.
Sawa bwana.
Aya sawa, nimeshukuru. Thank you for everybody who has joined us tonight. Thank you for the good show and thank you for your participation. Wale ambao hawajatusubscribia, subscribe our show. You can support us, you can thank us, you can like the video. There are so many things you can do to make your participation better. Thank you. Na nitakuwa nakuja hapa kudiscuss World Cup pia. So, nimeshukuru. Bye.